Yo, yo, yo. Make sure to share the stream link around, because I'm doing the same thing right now. Oh, Eric, thank you. You already did it. Alright, cool. This. And then let me pull up financial Jews at the same time. Financial Jews. Good morning, good morning. What's up, Eric? What's up, Lil Lit? What's up, Garden Trader? What's up, Maddie Ice? What's up, Aloha? Sandollar, Valdora. Good morning, good morning. I told y'all I'd be here. I'm here. If you look at the top left of the screen, we have about 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's an exact countdown. And we're perfectly at previous day high supply. So it's at a good 50-50 spot where this could pump, this could dump, this could really do literally anything. It really does decide on the print. %, chance of a print above 0.4, 35% chance of a print between 0.3 and 0.4, 37% chance of a print between 0.2 and 0.3, 15% chance of a 0.1, 0.2, 2.5% chance of anything below 0.1. So it's most likely going to be in line. The question is, will we pump or not with inline? And if we do get surprising, unexpected information, just how hard are we going to pump or dump? And will it hold? Because a lot of the time it doesn't. But we've had multiple CPIs pump, so who knows? We've also had CPIs do nothing until PPI date, which is tomorrow. Less than 30 seconds. A little bit of action right before the news. Pretty expected. Let me see what y'all are saying. That is a nasty red candle. That is a nasty red candle. Well, we fell. I always like to back test to see how far off they were. So the print was, what, 3.8 for CPI year over year? And then core, or that was core, sorry, normal was 3.5. Sheesh. I was gonna say, on the other hand, the only thing I added to the chart is I deleted a level that was here because it was taken over by this supply. So we're kind of stuck in between the demand from 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions ago. So this is where we fell to really hard that one day. We held as support. Since then, we've held a higher low, made a nice impulse move up, held a good higher low, had a good recovery, returned back to where we were, and now here in all-in-one swift candle, we've made it back to this area again. So we're kind of dealing with, do we break 512.85 or do we hold here and pump back up? And yeah, good morning, everybody. Sorry, we're just watching Spy fall off a cliff. I guess we'll wait on this. We can fix IWM. I didn't fix this one up yet. Maybe I did. Never mind. Okay, NVIDIA looks kind of clean for a setup. Those levels look good, so we'll come back to that one. Meta, we'll come back to see what that's doing. I think I had people shorting Google because they like the hammer on all-time highs. Maybe not. Uh-oh. AVGO lost support at previous day low. JPM's at previous day low. Tesla, everything looks the same. There's a couple things that are holding up a little bit better, like we just saw XOM, but that's just because their pre-market isn't as reactive. Let's see. How is everyone doing this morning? What are y'all looking at? I'm sure y'all are looking at SPY, but if you have any other extra tickers, let me know. I'm just kind of going through everything I have here in front of me. Oh, Costco's going to probably break 209 today. Oh, EMPH. Good morning, Susan. Good to see you. Y'all can hear me, right? I had a problem with a video yesterday, and it didn't pick up my mic, but my mic volume was literally working. So I recorded this like really. I honestly thought it was one of my better videos, and it didn't even have It didn't even have audio. It didn't have any of my audio in it. It was really cool. It was a really cool moment for me. I was like, there's no way. Excuse me. Another big boy falling through the floor. Careful about Boeing. Boeing is at that bottom of demand right here. So if it loses 176.25, it's most likely going to whatever the next monthly emerging candle is, which would be, let's see, because you're basically at this one. Oh my. Yeah, so psychological wise is 170, but the next monthly emerging candle isn't all the way to 163.42 on Boeing. So if we make a new low and hold the new low under 176.25, which they might try to do that today, that actually could head down to 170 and maybe even 163.42. I don't like to be the guy who says this is going to go down to the floor, but it might. Drew some extra levels just in case it isn't stopping there, so we'll have all those ready. Damn, SoFi is actually holding up pretty well. Ooh, Datadog. They're going to open at 122s. Yeah. So Datadog will probably be stuck inside that consolidation again. SPY pretty much to race March. Yeah, if we open like that too and we continue, we're probably going to be lower than that. So be careful for a low level test today. Good post by Eric in the Discord if you guys are ever interested in joining us. If you sign up for just basic membership, you at least get the daily updates channel. And this is a pretty awesome channel. Normally it's me posting in here, but I gave Eric like a little bit of access and he's like, I'm going to bully you out of your own channel, which totally fine. This is a good thing to want to pursue. But you can see the dollar increasing in strength. Bonds are increasing in strength, and then you have the equity market, SPY, falling through the floor. Traders bet against June to start Fed rate cuts after inflation report. Now see later start more likely. Money markets pricing around 80 BPS of ECB rate cuts. Which again, guys, the ECB is basically the European Fed. What was I doing? I was going through setups. I just wanted to see some charts before market opened. We got another 47 minutes. DAL. QCOM. This one's going to be at the 171s. Eesh. That's not good. That's going to at least fill that gap, but we'll see what else it can do. A BNB. This should follow a trend. I was actually looking for it to drop already. No position on it, though. Caterpillar. Oh, that's another thing, too, is like all these stocks that have really strong uptrends, those are going to be slowing down now thanks to all this. So, like Caterpillar. McDonald's has already taken their leave, if you know what I mean. And any other names you could think of that are along the lines of like a growth name that you would think about growing for a very long time. A lot of these were in very strong uptrends. So I would expect a lot of those to slow down as well if this is the case. If the market really is betting against everything, then this is probably it. It's probably game over. Yeah, we're down $7 in pre-market. And we're just still going. Yeah, that sucks. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia. Okay, and see, Nvidia's in a good spot. We're gonna definitely have to watch Nvidia today. Nvidia levels today. And then what was the other one? It was AMD, I think I liked. Where are you at, AMD? There you is. Oh no, we don't like that. Never mind, we're not looking at AMD. Nike. What was the other one that I liked? Oh, it was Boeing. It was Boeing. You know, second thoughts, I need to probably add another psychological level here. BA levels today. Yeah, BA and Nvidia, I think those are my favorite too, but it's not. That's coming from a very small list. I don't know if I really feel the same about all these other ones we're looking at. Traders of short-term U.S. interest rate futures bet the Fed will cut rates just twice this year, which that's a fair number to guess at. Because I feel like if they would have said 3, they'd be like, okay, well, hold up, we don't even have that many meetings to do 3 like that. If they said 1, I feel like a lot of people would be scared that that's not enough, and then you'd have a hesitant rally. So at least in this case, we're getting a realistic outcome, and they're telling us, yeah, guys, we're probably going to cut twice this year. Which, remember, at the end of last year, they told us there might not be any cuts. So their tone has changed significantly. For anybody who's been, watching that stuff. If you don't care about that stuff, it's okay. I don't judge you. Good morning, King Carnage. Good morning, Ace. Good morning to anybody I might not have seen or said it to. Good morning, VC. If I didn't say good morning to you and you said it to me, I promise I'm saying it back. Good morning, good morning. My top watches today are Nvidia and Boeing. Thank you for asking. I also kind of like Nike a little bit, but it's just because I'm biased on my zone, and I love that it's back to this 89.69 level. Good morning, Maddie Clams. Good morning, Unsoughtful Devil. Oh, Unsought Devil, my bad. I keep reading Unsoughtful. I'm curious if this is the market starting to price in expected news Friday. No. This is a reaction of news. This is market pricing in the news that came out today. Everybody was betting on CPI to be flat, and then it ended up being I mean, it actually was half-assed flat, but it's still leaning towards the bearish side because of the amount of cuts. People were expecting to hear one, not two. Also, what do you mean by Friday? Because Thursday we have PPI. What's Friday? Are you guys talking about consumer sentiment? The prelims? Yeah, the only thing on Friday is the sentiment report. And then Fed speakers, but they're not going to be as important as the information that comes out today or tomorrow. Today we have CPI, tomorrow we have PPI, as well as core PPI, which these are very important pieces of data, or the core data especially, and it's also year over year. But also tomorrow we have the 30-year bond to look out for. Today we have the 10-year bond. So we're not over with today, and we still have FOMC minutes later today. There's a lot more news coming out today and tomorrow. I don't know about Friday, though. There's not really much Friday that's not pricing in for Friday. I promise you that. If it's going to fall off sentiment plan, it's going to fall off sentiment plan. It's not something they're going to price in right here. Not with CPI and PPI right in front of that. They're going to be more focused on these two. So anything that happens today could literally be a race still. I want everyone to know that. We could fall 10% today on the market. That could all be replaced tomorrow. So let's just not jump into this thinking that this is going to fall off a cliff continuously. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So we'll see. Banks quarterly as well. Yeah, again, the inflation's just going to be the main focus. Banks will come in after this, but yeah, everything that you're seeing right now is because of the news today. Maybe you see a little bit of hesitant price action today after the market opened due to us having PPI tomorrow as well as the FOMC minutes later today. So we're not really out of the water yet. We still have a lot of price action events that could happen that could ruin this chart for us. That could send it down further. It could base out and just range all day. It could hold base, hold some higher lows, and then pump all day. We really have three very strong outcomes today. It's not fair to just look at one or the other right now. So, just letting everyone know, you could still have a really awesome day today. Don't sit here and look at these charts and be like, oh my god, SPY ruined the movement today. We're not going to get anything. No, you could still get a lot of movement. And that's, again, why you see me looking around at other tickers as well, in case we don't, you know? Say SPY is really boring today. What can I go look at? Well, we already have BA prepared. We have AMD, NVIDIA. We've got a couple other weights involved here. It's just good to have other charts ready. Or IWM even, for example. You know, just having this chart ready. That's even something. God, my SPX chart's going to be fucked up today. Might as well remove all my fibs. Triple Q chart's going to be messed up like crazy today. It's crazy. We still got 39 minutes. Still got a lot of time before the open. This could still base rally back up to the highs. Definitely going to keep NVIDIA and Boeing on watch today. I just love the levels they're around. I love the range they're holding. No, not a sit on hands type of day. You can trade today. Implied volatility might be a lot higher, so you might be paying a little bit more. So you might not be able to grab as many contracts as you might usually get. But, I mean, it's definitely not a sit on hands day if you don't want it to be. If you're prepared, if you're here right now going through your stuff, you could definitely trade today. Same for tomorrow. I'm just saying, don't sit here and expect, like earlier you said you're waiting for Friday's news. I'm over here saying Friday's news is not nearly as important as what's happening today or tomorrow. That still doesn't mean like you don't have to trade. I would still look for some opportunity. And maybe if you're a little too hesitant on putting actual liquidity on the screen, I would at least take some visual trades, some pretend trades in your head. Maybe I don't like to say paper trades because I don't want people paper trading, but doing like a simulated trade in your head, or just kind of marking the price of a contract down and then kind of watching it, like watching the trade happen. That's a good thing of following. Just so you still feel like you're invested into what you're looking at. But no, today is definitely still full of opportunity. Oh, you're not able to prep and you're going to work right now. Okay, yeah. Then maybe it is a hands-off day. I'm not joking, man. Every time I've done one-on-ones or I do like a closer meeting with somebody, a lot of the time it ends up being preparation. Like, I'm not even joking. 99% of the time, I'd even go as far as saying that. Almost 100% of the time, a lot of what stops somebody from growing or even having a chance at taking a decent trade is literally just themselves. It's the preparation that they're either taking or not taking. You know, some people will be like, well, I prep and I get on Twitter, then I get on Instagram, and then I get on this. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I haven't opened a single one of those apps except Twitter today to share the YouTube link. But like, you really shouldn't be looking at social media at crazy time. That's not really the first priority this morning, is it? No, it's getting our levels right. It's breaking down some game plans before the market opens so we understand what we're most likely going to try to do. Yes, we already went over that. We went over the 4-day ago support. We went over it yesterday in stream as well. For anybody who might not have caught that, definitely tune in and go review that, and you could just get a good look at the 4-day ago support. Yesterday it was kind of a problem. Today it's looking like it's going to be a problem. So, really strong moves come from the 4-day ago support on pretty much any indice, any individual equity. Did I just say indice? Am I getting old? Had a powwow with some Discord folks last night. It was very helpful. Keep the boys consistent. Good stuff. And that's a good thing too. Kind of just bouncing off of each other in chat. Like, to sit here and say nobody posts anything is just absurd, because there are so many people in chat who are up before me, and then there's me who's up later than everybody. You know, so it's just like there are people up at all times. Like, there's someone posting in chat at all times. Like, I hate when people are like, I don't have anyone to talk to. Like, it's because they want to talk to me. They want to talk to Leland. They want to talk to Mel. It's like, no, I want you to go into chat and just speak openly. If someone wants to reach out to you, they can. Don't look for attention. Just go be you in chat. Somebody will reach out eventually. So, I mean, it's just like kind of putting yourself out there also. Like, it's a little bit of a risk, but it's also very helpful. The only thing holding me back is myself. Need more structure. That's a good start. Getting onto yourself like that, just kind of making yourself aware, hey, I got a problem. I need to work on this. Create the steps to fix that problem, to work towards a potential solution. Maybe it's not the solution. Maybe you got to test trial a couple things. Who knows? But put yourself out there, John G. I follow this group in Bloomberg. After that, I don't follow anyone, anything else. And it's not like I'm not sitting here. I think people misunderstand what I say when I'm saying that. I'm not saying only listen to Bueller, only listen to me and my, only listen to members of my group. I'm not saying that. Like, you could go listen to whoever the hell you want. You're you. It's your life. Go make your own decisions. But the template of what I'm saying is correct. You should definitely, once you find something, once you find structure, once you find a game plan, once you find a good routine, like we like to promote in here, then stick to it. Like, everything else should be worthless compared to that routine, is what I'm saying. So, regardless if you're following my routine or not, I don't care. But please have a routine in place, because that is structure. That is stability. And that's really what we provide here as a group, is structure and stability. I'm never going to sit here and be like, yeah, man, if you start trading with us, you're going to get rich. No, you could fail. You could lose just as much money as you could ever possibly imagine. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. For anybody wondering, we have about 32 and a half minutes before the market opens. More news has come out. Traders are pushing bets on start to the Fed rate cuts for September from June before CPI report based on rate future prices. So they think we're going to get a cut in September. From June before the CPI report. So they're really expecting cuts. If you guys ever hear the unplugging of something, it's either my headset or my phone. So I'm sorry if the audio comes through and you have to hear that, but if it doesn't, then I'm not sorry. I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. All right, I'm here. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Where's 5-day 5-minute? There we go. I need to add the previous day high supply, which I'm just going to go from that level to yesterday's open. That's a little cheating, but we'll take it. And then we can do the same thing, but from low to top of that red candle, because it's the low of the day. And that's it. Simple as that. And that is going to give me some extra areas to look at. Now on SPY, it's the 4-day ago demand. So if you have that marked, you should have this marked. This is the very first thing we went over this morning. The very first thing we went over. This is basically our entire focus today. Also, you know, it's a cool thing to do too is like knowing we're at like 512s basically. It's good to just kind of review and be like, all right, where are we? So 512, 512.20s. Let's see where that is. So it's right here, top of this base. So From the recent demand that we have drawn on our daily time frame, we're going to be battling this. So not only are we battling this, we're going to be battling this. I kind of want to leave it on this so when it opens, I can see it open like right here. Because it's going to be opening around the low of this chart. The low of this current range. So far. We still got another 27 minutes though. Devil says, I go into the conversation I had with Big O back in the day. It's hard to find a group or Discord/social that does not have an alternative motive to promote. I followed a group for a few months before I started to interact in your Discord. The motive was to teach, hence why I enjoy the group and follow. Unfortunately, until I retire, I don't have the time to chime in as much as I want to. Totally fine, man. You're here when you can. That's all that matters. And I try to tell people that in chat, like, some people are younger and they have jobs or they're in college. Some people are older and they have a career or they're just busy with family and stuff. And, like, that's all cool. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a reality we have to face, you know? But just remember, you always have a home here. You always have, even if you don't have a membership, you know, one day you just go broke for some reason. Like, you still have the trade floor. You still have people in there that will literally still be there with you for free. Like, you don't even have to pay to be here. You know, this is an actual trading community that I wanted to create because it's not something that's like, yeah, there are memberships, there's all kinds of stuff, but you don't have to get any of that. I make that so clear at the beginning of everybody signing up. You know, I've never once had someone complain to me about pricing or anything because it's like I'm not the type to be like a promoter like that. And that's exactly why, like what you just said, that's exactly why I do what I do, because I don't want a bunch of follower suck up guppies. I don't want that. I don't want sheep. I want people who are going to tell me I'm wrong when I'm doing something wrong. I want someone to point out on a trade review like what they've done, you know, what type of entry was this. I don't want people that just go into chat and are like, I took 20% with Bueller. Like, what? What the fuck are you learning out of that, you know? Excuse my language, but, like, you don't learn anything doing that, you know? I'd much rather us all struggle together and learn the right way, the long way, the hard way, than just taking trades together and then us making money and then being like, oh, well, that's all she wrote. I don't need to learn anything. Like, if I disappear right then and there, you get nothing out of life from there on. Like, you got to go struggle on your own now, right? But now, I disappear, anybody disappears, somebody's sick, somebody's ill, somebody just doesn't want to be here, somebody just not in the mood, like, whatever the case is, this group is still going to run itself, no matter who goes away, no matter who. Because it's a self-sufficient group now. It's not a group that's sitting here like, oh wait, we can't trade today. Bueller's not here. We can't do this. This guy Leland's not here. We can't take trades on this. Oh, this guy's not calling out. I might as well sit cash. Like, you don't have to do any of that. You could literally do it all on your own. Good morning, John Rad. Remind me of the sign, don't feed the seagulls. It creates a dependent population. Your mentality is fine, but people forget the past when they get success. Oh no, that's a whole different conversation though. Now you're trying to pull me into another conversation. See, that's another conversation. It's completely different to what I'm talking about. Let's say you get successful, you start trading really well, you know, and this, I say this more than anything in here. What's harder, guys, starting out to trade or maintaining? And I know for a fact you guys are annoyed of me saying the word maintain, but it is true. The hardest thing in trading is not starting out. Anybody could get their phone. Anybody can get anybody can get online access and trade. Anybody can click a button. That's essentially what it is. It's just button clicking, right? Anybody can do that. What can not everyone do? What is by far the hardest challenge in trading? It's not getting to the point of taking profits. It's not any of that. It's not even getting structure. The hardest part in trading is maintaining that structure. Once you have a routine in place, once you have a way of doing things, doing it over and over and over and over and over again until it makes sense, right? And then also not straying away from doing that same routine over and over again. Not straying away is by far one of the hardest things you can do. Maintaining is by far the hardest. Nobody's going to tell you that either. They're going to tell you, well, it's hard to find a good working strategy. No, it's not. There's literally a billion working strategies. I could delete this system right here, go adopt a new system. I'll be good within a couple weeks. Anybody can get a new strategy. What is by far the hardest thing to do, though? Maintain. Maintain. Being able to do the same routine over and over again. And that's another thing. It's really easy to go crazy, doing the same routine over and over again and making these small miscalculations, and then some of those add up and it leads into bigger issues where you're like, well, I can eat those trades. Those are no biggie to me. And then you end up letting those small trades add up, and next thing you know, you're down thousands and thousands of dollars, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's like what Carter just said too. He just said, coming back after tough days is what it's all about. That's exactly why when you guys see me go over your trade reviews, I don't just go over the good stuff. I don't just go over the bad stuff. We go over everything. When I look at a trade review, there's 3 things that I want to be able to say to somebody. Something that's constructive, some constructive criticism. I want to be able to also give them a compliment, a pat on the back. And then I want to find something that shows that they're able to maintain, right? So if within their trade review, I go and I read through it, and a lot of you guys do this, so a lot of you might be like, oh, he's talking about me. But a lot of you guys go into these trades and you take a loss. The second trade, you get a win, and you make sense of it. And both of the times I look through it, I'm like, all right, I can kind of tell where they might have misstepped on this first trade. And then on the second trade, I'm like, damn, they really killed it. They did so well. They bounced back. They didn't let that first trade dictate their second trade. And it's an amazing look, because it's like, okay, now I'm not just looking at somebody who's gambling and trying to get their losses back. I'm looking at somebody that can take a hit and get back up. And that's what you need to be able to do. That right there is the hardest part in trading. Maintaining, taking those hits, getting back up. Hey, what's up, Creator? Good morning, man. Y'all want to do... Let me see if my laptop's... Can I do it from my phone? I want to gift memberships, but I don't want to do it on my laptop. Fall down 7, get up 8. Each one teach one. I love those motivational speeches. If you noticed, there's actually a playlist like that on my channel. If you go to playlist, you have all these other like hidden ones, non-hidden ones. But if you go to it's like the very first one, motivation, view full playlist. I actually have videos in here for that exact reason, because some of these videos will hype you up, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like this one with Elon. This one is or no, not that one. It's this one. He starts crying in this one. I know a lot of you guys have seen this, but like it lights a fire in you. Like it really does. So if you guys ever need some like motivation or whatever, just watch one of these videos. This is probably my favorite one, because this is about each one teach one, dreaming big. Like it's all the famous, what's it called? But Denzel Washington post and just stuff like that. So definitely check that out if you're ever just, I don't know, you just need something to wake you up a little. What else? Anything cool that might have happened? I thought it would show my inside bar video. I guess not. I think it's because I made it unlisted and then I made it listed again. I'll be able to find it though. It's the only one I did a thumbnail for. Damn, how old is this video? I guess it's not. Alright, well either way, remind me, and I'm going to link y'all the inside bar video again. Huh, okay, yeah. Maybe I didn't do it. Maybe I just thought I did. Be sure to share the stream link around, guys. We do have 18 minutes before market open. We went over a lot of stuff for swing trade stuff. We went over some stuff for some day trade stuff. I went over just all kinds of topics, really. And we still have 18 minutes to spare. Sorry, guys, if it felt like I was ranting. I've honestly just trying to fill the space because I feel kind of awkward because there's a lot of time before the market opens. I'm not going to lie. I'm so used to my usual way of things now where it's like bam, market's open. Let's just talk about stuff, you know? But in here, an hour before market, I could literally talk about the whole course and still have time to go. Like it's crazy how much time we have when you sort of stream the early this way. But thank you guys if you like the stream. Thank you guys if you drop a like on the stream. Please also share the stream link around, but only link people that you talk to. I don't really want you guys linking just random. Don't just link it to your pages to link it for happiness or to help me out. Link it to people. Link it to people that you actually think need it or think you're going to be here and engage with others, because this is a place where any voice can truly be heard. At least in my group. I can't really say for other groups. What rants? You guys. Have I talked about my mental? Mental what? Like my personal? Or are you talking about everyone in general? Like just mental trading, just in general? We need this work. It's not like, honestly, sometimes you guys might sit there and think like this is for you, but sometimes when I'm ranting or going over things, like it's really just going over things I might have struggled with recently, or something that I think needs to be talked about because it's something I've done recently or something I've done in the past, or maybe it's something I'm seeing done in the chat. You know, anytime I see, let's say there's like 30 posts in chat that day, right? Let's say there's like 30 different trade reviews, right? Let's say I go through every single one of them, and let's say 19 of the 30 that I went through, so over half, a little over half, let's say 55-60%, right? And let's say in those 50-60% of those trade reviews, everybody's mentioning how they took a loss on a certain level, right? Then it's insane, because you can like review every single one of those, go review the chart on yourself, and you should be able to displace what they may or may have not done wrong. And that's a really cool way of practicing for yourself. It's not just reviewing your own trades and getting context on yourself, but also others within the chat, just to see, okay, this is what they tried to do. Okay, it failed here. Oh, I didn't really like this, so it did this. Oh, it broke this level. You know, just going over things, just review it, you know? And it's more scenarios that you're putting in your head. Yo, what's up, Tobias? He said, I could not talk but check trade review from 5 to 4.5. Damn. I guess I should just know that off the rip, shouldn't I, Tobias? If we get a big move in our session, I should just know that you destroyed your session. Let's see, just kind of replying to people. A lot of people in chat already here. the 8 to Toronto. All right. I was feeling it on CPI. Took some risk and made a ton of money. Good stuff, man. He's over here done trading. We're over here still preparing for our session to begin. These EU traders. And yeah, guys, we have about 11 and a half minutes before the market opens. So make sure you guys review. Make sure you ask any questions you might need to. We've gone over pretty much everything we can on the market itself. We went over SPY, IWM. We went over some individual equities. We went over the indices. We went over all kinds of stuff. Talked about all kinds of stuff too. So pretty cool stream. At the very beginning, we watched SPY's reaction to the actual data being dropped, and then we started to look at other things just to kind of see what other watches can we possibly get on our screen. Personally, I'm going to be looking at NVIDIA and Boeing pretty heavily today. But we'll of course make our... Excuse me. We'll make our roundabout of stocks in front of us. I kind of want to delete some of these. I just don't know which ones. I'm going to delete that one. I need to delete a couple more. I don't really want to delete any of the weights. I'm going to delete the 30 year. I never look at it. Alright, there we go. I got everything fitting on one screen. Who's ready for today, though? You guys ready? Are you still reviewing? Are you preparing? What's everyone? Are you guys lacking on something? Is there something you're still working on? Or are you just literally waiting because you're so prepared you just gotta wait now? What's everyone's status check? I guess. What's everyone up to right now? Vixen Google putting in finishing touches. Good job, Ruben. Thank you for updating your, telling me your status. Thank you. Yeah, I was muted. I was getting something. Prop. My bad. I'll show you. I don't think I had them set up the right way, though. Because I didn't have it on the right chart. So you might have a different level. Here, let me just redo my IWM. Because I need to fix this anyway. Actually, hold up. We might not need to redo the levels. Yeah, we don't have to. Oh, I got the hiccups now. Oh no. Not the hiccups. I'm going to cheat on this one. So the zone is actually from... never mind. I'm not cheating. I'm going to do the same method. I was going to say to do that close, but it's actually higher to just go to this level, so might as well include it. Let's see what happened from there. So we had a break here. I'm just going to go to the open. See, that's what I wanted to do. Extend a couple days. You have that high that broke there. We have another one that here. We have one yesterday. Yeah, so I'd probably draw it like this. Now that I'm caught up. Whoops. No. And you could draw this. You really don't have to. I don't like to whenever you're inside of another day. But it's really not the end of the world. So, there you go. Pretty much what it should look like. Based off how I like to use my zones or whatever. My supply and demand. I just like that they're simple rules. You know, when you go to the high of a supply, you're going from the high of the move, which makes sense to me, to the open of the last green candle. So again, you're just giving yourself like a region of where price should be bearish, right? And then from the other side, you know, going from the low of the move, which makes sense, to the high of the last red candle, right? So it's a little different than the rule of a supply, but it's almost the exact same. And they both mean the same. You're just giving yourself like a little region of area where there is a larger amount of sellers, and then the other one's a larger amount of buyers, you know. So it's just to give yourself extra areas. But they're also consistent. You know, we're not just grabbing random areas. If this gets broken, like all of these did today, then we'll probably delete them, and then for the next day, we'll have the new ones added, you know. So it's also fun chart maintenance. It keeps you in the system of doing things. And then this one is my swing trading chart. This is the day trading chart. We're dealing with the 4-day ago demand, and then the previous day high supply, which that one's not really as important now, apparently. "30 seconds before open," by the way. Now the stream sounds all working. I was just muted for a second. We're all good. It's not the end of the world. Less than 10 seconds, guys. It's about to happen. Nice. I made some really nice gains this morning. I swung an SPX put, took profit. Now we're just chilling, watching the market. We'll see what else we can get out of it, though. Right now we are in an area where it could be very hard for sellers to make a move until we see a break of 512.85 in the open market session. So if you see a break of this level, it's a good initial sign for sellers. If you see a break of pre-market low and 511.12, it's an even better signal for sellers. If we get a hold here and some basing, this could be a very good sign for buyers or sellers until we see a pop out of this gray area. But I really wouldn't be surprised by anything at this point with the large move that we had to the downside. let's check on the other watches that I was wanting to look at. Nvidia. So for Nvidia, you're going to look for breaks of this area. A hold like right here is actually really good for bulls. You want to see this by the bulls. So Nvidia should make it up to 850s. If you see a slowdown up to that point, look for lower highs. We can maybe flip bearish on that. Boeing, they did break that level, but they're holding it. So you should see a pump to the top of this area unless you see a break of this support. Also look for lower highs at the previous day close or this golden pocket level from the bigger time frame. If you get lower highs against that, should be bearish. Here's your IWM chart. Seems to be falling a little bit more. I think you guys probably want to watch SPY. So we'll watch SPY for a little. Oh, what am I doing? Get this off my screen. There we go. Ugh. I was wondering what was so wrong about this chart. Now I remember. I don't need that stuff on. Yep, we are still in range. Creator, it's funny that you're the one who said we are still in range, because you were the one in pre-market who's like, yes, we're breaking range. Yeah, Nvidia is getting bought up, but nothing crazy yet. Boeing also went up and smacked that just like we thought. Now we'll see, do we get lower highs on that chart? I'm skimming through all of them. IWM putting in a pretty fat bullish hammer. You're getting kind of the same thing on SPY. It's just not fun to say, oh yeah guys, it's going to pump from here. Because yes, risk reward wise, bulls can take a lot from here and make it really hard for bears. Just because we haven't broken this support. So please keep that in mind, that we haven't actually broken support. We're just at a part of the chart where it's very scary because we just took a very hefty fall. If market wanted to get a passive buyer response, they can go to at least 5/1630s. So just keep that in mind, that this lower high right here, or this higher low from the previous day, this could get tested from here. Just as a normal, median, vague, just basic move. That'd be a basic buyer move, would be going that far. That's just how far we gap down. So just keep yourself aware of that. Last time we sold off all the way here, we held support. Even after a nasty candle, the next day we opened, held over 15 minutes, held over another base, and then pretty much ever since then just made up to that point. But if you paid attention, you went from the high to the low of this with a fib. You actually noticed all we did was go to the basic median of the range. We just made a normal impulse move, right? That's all we did. We just went up to the normal area we'd like to see get tested, and that's where we've made our reverses from, right? So it's not like the buyers actually retook anything. They just went up to the areas that we expected them to. So this hasn't flipped back bullish in multiple days. This is just the result of this with more news following. So if you get a break of this support, we should head to at least that 510 level. So just keep that in mind. Is everyone good, though? Everyone understands the game plan? We understand the levels in front of us. We understand where they come from, what they mean, what we might have to do when a high or low or low or high approaches one of those. Gap fill, then dump. I mean, it doesn't even have to do the whole gap fill. It could just do that halfway point that I was showing you. That's why I'm saying at least expect that if we do cross above 514, 515 area. You should at least expect that halfway point get hit. If we reject here over the course of 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes and break 512.85, that could be a really good seller signal for more blood without having to go do that move. So keep that in mind. You could move up to that point. You could just break support. There's a lot that can happen from right here. It's very risky to enter a trade from right here. Also, implied volatility is through the roof. So you guys are going to be paying more for your options than you normally would. But there are a couple charts. That's why I went over NVIDIA, Boeing, IWM, because I actually believe these are going to do well. Look at NVIDIA. They're already kicking ass. Just because we liked how well they looked in pre-market. They were just holding. They didn't really go anywhere. Now, Boeing, on the other hand, I'm not as confident in that one. I kind of want to see that one break support. But it doesn't really matter what I want. IWM struggling very heavily in the first few minutes. I also see that in SPY. SPY is struggling. She doesn't know what she wants. Is Roblox up? I want to go see that. Wow. We had a trader take a swing trade on this, and I didn't make any comments on it. I just thought it was sketchy because we had CPI the next day. But he actually did well on this. It did just keep going. It went through 40. Hopefully Andre got out of that. Or got some trimmed on that, because that was pretty nasty. Time axis is more. I was like, what the heck's going on here? Good breakdowns by Jack on the trade floor. Posting other tickers beyond just
SPY or SPX or IWM. He's posting all kinds of stuff in Trade Floor. Good stuff, man. Garden Trader, see you later. Good morning, Mojo. Good to see you, man. I was just letting everybody know in the Discord, everybody. Sorry, I might have been quiet while typing, but we are holding the 4-day ago demand right now. 4-day ago low demand. Jeez, I can't speak. But we haven't really exited it, so it's just a good sign, a good presence of buyers. Probably will get the push to at least 515. If we get beyond that, we could definitely make it to the 516.85 level we talked about, which is just kind of like a mixture of this low to the high of this red candle. Just kind of showing kind of like an in-between median that if buyers do show up, again, this is just a halfway point between the previous day close and today's open. I'm marking the wrong level. 516.40s. I don't know why I said 85. But in between here is essentially where you could see a buyer move pop up to. If we reject this, definitely could come back down. If we get over this, definitely could work back up to previous day close and have a green day on the SPY. That would be some shit, wouldn't it? Or we could just sell off. We could just break this support and go all the way down to 510 for all we know. So there's a few scenarios we're dealing with right now, but this is what is given in front of us. So if you don't see anything you like, don't touch it. Higher lows and higher highs so far on the 1 minute. Good job, Creator and Matty Ice. Eric reminding everybody there is more news today. We also have the FOMC news later on. What's up, Tobias? Looks like he's killing it. He said, God, I am so happy. Boys, thanks this guy's stream. It's the one community that does not try to pray for its... Wait, what? Not try to pray... Oh, pry on its members. You need to appreciate that. Pray or pry? I don't know what he was trying to say. But either way, yeah. Appreciate you, Tobias. Thank you for saying that. Rejective open or breakthrough? I don't know. I mean, you really could get anything right now. You could flush through today's low and go all the way to 510. You could hold right here and base out and do nothing. There's a lot that can happen right here. And you can see both sides are very present, right? You have a little bit of buyer presence here right at the open, which is pretty normal. It could also just be people taking profits. You have a little bit of a rejection here now. So sellers are still very present. We know they're present. They gap down this much. We know they're here. We're already down 1%. Oh, pray. P-R-E-Y. My bad, bro. I was like, what is he trying to say? I mean, I knew what you were trying to say, but... But thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you a lot, Tobias. And honestly, I hope you enjoy your gains today, man. You killed it, seriously. I always love seeing you come over from the European session and just tell us how your day went. He said he's already day drinking. That's funny. He said, except for the 12 Buellers that added me in the last year on Discord. Yeah, we do have a lot of fake Buellers. Guys, just remember this is my only account. I don't have another account on Discord. If you get messaged by somebody else. Also, I'm going to be honest. I don't have time to reach out to all of you. If I'm reaching out to you, you should understand that I probably have already been talking to you for months on end, and we probably already had conversations that led up to me DMing you. I don't just randomly DM people unless there's a reason. But yeah. I don't have time to DM everybody, so if you have somebody DM you that's Bueller, just check the name. If they aren't the one that has the name in the chat, the owner of the chat, then it's probably not me. You can just block them, report them, do everything you want. Also, you guys can actually, and if you want to Google this, because I know it looks different on everybody's setup. If you're on the phone, if you're on a computer, if you're on a Microsoft computer, or if you're on an Apple, like a Mac, it's all going to look different no matter which one you have. But if you guys Google or wherever you want to go, whatever internet browser you have, just ask it, hey, how do I turn this off or this on? But there's a couple settings in Discord where you can actually turn off people sending you random friend requests. You can turn up the security of your account. You can do all kinds of things. But you can actually make it to where nobody can DM you unless they're a friend of you or somebody that is in the server. And then you can also make it to where people that are in your server can't message you. You can do whatever you want. But I would make it as private as I possibly could if I was y'all, just so you're not bothered as much. Because, yeah, I have to get DM'd a lot because I help run a Discord. But you guys shouldn't have to sit there and get annoyed by the noise that Discord can bring. So please keep your account secure. 2FA is a great thing to have on because then you can make your account as secure as possible and you can block out whatever messages you want. So, yeah. But I highly suggest if you guys don't have those settings off to at least go test it just so you can see if you enjoy Discord more. Because I know that there is a lot of people adding everybody and I can't do anything about it. There's nothing I can do about it. And I am sorry about that. Guys, NVIDIA is killing it. We really called that one, didn't we? I need to start doing that more. Alright, so we checked NVIDIA. We see they're kicking ass. Yes! And Boeing is falling through support. We love to see it. We love to see the death of Boeing. We pray on their downfall. I don't pray on anybody's downfall, but I pray on BA's downfall. $175 hit. That was the only target I gave y'all under this level that wasn't already marked here. It was 175, 172.50, and 170. So it's already hit one. We need it to go more. We want it to go more because screw Boeing. You guys should never have actual hate for a stock, but screw Boeing. Alright, we are under today's open. The pretty large candle that is too. See if we get a break of 512.67. CPI came in 0.1% over expectations. Panic has broken out, and there are riots in the streets. Some economists calling for Armageddon. Others say this might be a slight overreaction. It is an overreaction, by the way, guys. If you don't know how to read the data, this is an overreaction because this wasn't actually that bad of a reading. The thing that people don't realize, the game has changed. The higher rates are now just means more printing needs to be done to service the increased expenditures. Debt monetization has begun. Damn, that's a strong feed right there. I like that feed. I'm going to retweet both of those. Alright, I'm off Twitter. That's the 5 seconds of Twitter I can take today. Alright, what are you hooligans saying in here? 512.76 is previous weekly low, which closed below. Will target pre-market low of 511.27. Damn, Ace is on it today. And I am already enjoying it. Booked Lango Design Hotel in Greece for 4 weeks for now. Damn, can I come? Yo, buy me a ticket. Wife does not know yet, but I just blocked off her calendar for 10 days. Dude, she's gonna love you. Damn, Tobias? I need to get into the Tobias family tree. You mean X? Yeah, my bad, X. I should stop calling it Twitter, you're right. Boeing needs to get their shit together. Oh, yeah. They do. It's okay to hate a stock that builds planes that fall out of the sky weekly. Yeah, literally weekly. Also, I don't think people understand how much money Boeing pays to keep some of the news out of the... Like, to keep some of that out of the news. Like, you remember when the doors started falling off a couple... I mean, it was like a month or so ago now, but... Whenever that first started happening, they actually didn't release the news on it for 3 whole days. They allowed it to where anyone could trade off that news that following week. So I think that's what made it even bloodier for them, is that they didn't hide the news into the weekend to where it wouldn't be hit as hard and maybe just have a gap down that next Monday. It had news come out that weekend, the week of, the week after, and it was just, it was like everybody was calling for blood. Like both the streets, Wall Street, and retail, everybody was ready to just burn that one. But I really wouldn't worry about that stuff, guys. Even with all this stuff, I see a couple of you already commenting it. It's really rare that you end up on... None of those planes have gone down, the ones that I'm talking about. There has been a couple here and there, but the ones that I'm talking about with the recent problems, these have all been ones that are just like small problems that they fix and then they move on from it. But nobody ever ends up getting injured from these. So I really wouldn't be that worried about flying, guys. I see some of you making jokes about it. But it's really not that scary. Oh yeah, and the whistleblower thing. That's sketch too. Even if you're not into conspiracy theories, which I don't personally believe they paid to kill him, but it is a little weird that you'll have a whistleblower who used to work at your factory, who used to run those factories. He used to basically tell everybody how things worked, and now he ends up, gone. So a little weird. F your dollars, F your salary, F your pension, you will know nothing because it's too expensive for the game. Dude, Devil, you're killing it. He took 2 trades on Nvidia. What was the result of your first trade, Unsought Devil? It was... How much percent? I saw you said 30% here on your second dip, which is amazing. That's huge, by the way. I hope you guys don't think 30% is small. 30% is large. Large and in charge percentage right there. Gap pretty much filled. Are you trolling us? Alright, let's see. What are they all saying in here in Discord as well? Kind of switching between y'all here on YouTube and Discord. I love Nvidia. I love seeing Nvidia do so well. Boeing actually returning to support. We'll see how that one does over the next couple minutes. Looks like SPY buyers have shown up. Let's go to the 1 minute just for a minute. Just want to see what this looks like. If you guys are interested in anything Tobias might have shared just now, by the way, he did share his trade and really just everything. He doesn't just talk about the money he's making. He talks about the thinking that goes into it. So please check this out. Tobias is one of our most educated traders in the whole chat. But he's one of our few European traders that are still here. Good job, man. What are these percentage? Oh, these are from... Oh, God. Oh, this was the one from the other day. He was just posting it. Okay. Also, if you want to... Dude, that's crazy, actually. If you want to go into chat, you can see two of probably some of our most educated traders. Leland and Tobias, I would say two of them up there. You got our American, and you got our European repping. So, it's the World War III in here between us. But really awesome post by these two. Seriously, you could learn a lot just from these two. And please, don't be that person that goes straight to this post and adds a fire. And you're like, I mean, I know I just did it, but I'm going to actually take time to read this stuff. But please don't come to this stuff and just be like, oh my God. Don't be Homer Simpson. Don't be staring at that. Read this stuff. If you have time to look at that stuff and react, you have time to review. You go over this stuff. And you know what's funny too? He posted this beforehand. He shares that in this screenshot right here. This is the famous screenshot that made him over 1,700%. And you know what's funny? He's done this before, and somebody thought he was like making it up. Somebody thought Leland wasn't a real trader. But it's funny because he actually has a trade from May 24th. So we're actually approaching a year on this, a little over 10 months, when he made 1,000% on SPX. And now you got me here 10 months, almost 11 months later, and he's making 1,700%. I don't think this is random. I think he's able to recreate it. Seriously, good job, Leland. That is not an easy feat. And I'm beyond proud of you, man. It's cool to know that your friends are badass traders. And that's what you want to get, man. You want to get somebody like that. Somebody you can learn from. Not just, oh my God, look at his gains. Like something you could truly just backtest, study, review over and over and over again. And Leland has been that person for me in the chat for a very long time. It's very hard to find that person that you could truly learn from and build off of, but Leland has done that and more. And the cool thing, I was gonna say funny cool thing. The cool thing that it does too is that it creates other leaders. You know, me, Leland going over things, that's gonna help a third person. Let's just use examples like Mel. Mel's gonna pop up. Now, what is Mel able to do now? Mel is able to trade on his own. Mel can help other people out. Guess what other people are popping up now? You got Tobias, you got Noxta, you got Jacko, you got Eric, you got this guy, you got that guy, you got this girl, you got this girl. Everybody in chat is kicking ass right now. Well, not everybody, but mostly everybody. And it's a good effect that we have on each other. Everybody's kind of building off of each other. Don't struggle alone. Don't succeed alone. Because you don't have to. We're all here for you. We're all here with you. We're all struggling and succeeding with you. So, build off each other. It helps out. Helps keep you sane. Good job, Mel. I had a feeling you went long, Mel. I'm pretty proud of you for that. Because right here, the risk reward is definitely on the bullish side. I would say until we get a break of support, you just can't sit here and justify a continuation until we see something else. This is a 4-day-ago demand where we held last time. It is known to hold drops like this at this area. So we can't sit here and lie to ourselves. Would we like to see a big drop? I would love to see this drop through the floor so you guys could grab some easy put plays. But the harsh reality is that we have some higher lows possibly stepping in on the 1 minute. We're holding a 4-day-ago level of support. Now the 5 minute still trying to prove itself. Got a lot more information it probably needs. Fibs don't work. We'll see if they work or not. And welcome everybody. There's almost 70 people in here. Be sure to drop a like on today's stream. Thank you guys for showing up. I did start about an hour early before the market opened. We were here for the CPI movement, I guess you could say. And yeah, just kind of chilling, watching, seeing if the 4-day ago support holds. We also went over NVIDIA. My only 2 watches besides SPY itself, well, I guess you could say 3, were IWM, but this is an NDI, so of course it's going to be like SPY. But we had NVIDIA and Boeing. So these are 2 other watches you can look at. We're looking for the break of support here to see if Boeing makes it down to 175. They hit that. We're looking to see if they can hit 172.50 and maybe 170 today if they maintain under the support. If they get over this, they could definitely get back up to 179, 180s like we had previously spoke about. Again, looking for impulse buys on good, strong pre-market holds. And we saw that today. Here, I'll open my pre-market back up so you can see it. But the reason we liked NVIDIA was because of the pre-market. I just liked how well it was holding. Even though it had really large red candles, every chart did this morning, it was still holding support. Whereas SPY was under support. The market was under supports, right? So this gives NVIDIA a chance. If the market is oversold and is at support and gets bought up even just a little bit, that's going to be good for something that was already holding support. It was already in the position to move up. So that was one that we went over. We went over Boeing, which this one's still kind of panning out. Nothing really crazy. I really am not going to sit here and be like, if you caught that, good job, because that would have been a hard one to catch. But the plan did work so far, so we can't ignore that. And now what we're watching is to see can SPY hold support of pre-market low and the 4-day ago support, or is this just going to be a short-lived impulse buyer move that ends up making a new low of day? We don't know. How is everyone this morning, though? Hopefully the game plans and preparation and all this stuff has kept you in a better mental state, I should say. But how is everyone? I'm especially proud of you guys if you have not jumped into a trade yet, just trying to guess. Because a lot of guessing has already been had this morning, and a lot of people are losing money on scalps to the up and down side randomly on SPY and different charts as well, not just SPY. Good. Catch few on NVIDIA call. Good stuff, VC. I'm proud of you. Can you go over SPX weekly bars? What do you want to know about SPX weekly bars? Just like weekly candlesticks? I mean, you're going to get the same answer out of me as you always will, regardless of the time frame. I'm always going to talk about candlesticks and positioning of the candlesticks, regardless. Because weekly, we really haven't broken anything on SPX. Weekly, we're still holding a very bullish support, right? Did I draw these from the weekly? Why do I have this? I know, I guess it's just lining up very well. Okay, that's weird. But yeah, 5137, that seems to be... That's a daily emerging candle. I literally just drew these last night. That's funny if that lines up like that. I haven't seen that too often for a daily and a weekly lineup. And in between, like on a new high, that makes sense. But back to what I was saying, though. Basically, you're stuck with this candle. They have a lot of room. They could actually dip more and it still be a bullish support. So it hasn't really broken structure. See, my big thing when you're looking at like a weekly any time frame, this is any time frame, is the structure. People always think that like this is how the market actually moves, right? It'll do this number, right? That's how it actually moves. In our brain, though, this is how it actually works. In our brain, that's how that chart works. When we're looking at things, we're like, oh, it went up, then it went down, then it went up, then it went down. We got to remember that it might actually need to build some base to the right. So as long as it's holding 5137 and it holds support here for the next couple of weeks without making a new all-time high, that's a very good area of consolidation. And you saw how big I drew that zone. They actually have a little bit more room to the downside than I'm showing. Oh, just 2 more. But good perspective, though, the weekly. This is a really good thing. This is kind of like the back in the day when I would first teach my system. I would be like, guys, you guys got to look at the daily. You can't just stare at the 2-day, 5-minute all the time, because then you'll get lost in looking at the drop. You know, you'll think like, oh, it can only drop, which it does look like it should drop more. I'm not taking that away from anybody who's saying that now. I'm just trying to give a good example. But then you go out to the daily and you're like, oh my God, it's at this major support. Then you start to change your perspective on things. You're like, oh wow, now I'm not so tunnel visioned on this time frame. I see this. Now you have more information just because you zoomed out a little bit. And the weekly can be a really good thing for the same thing against the daily. Like the daily, you can kind of see that we're at support, but if it breaks here, it looks like it does went ahead all the way to 50.87, right? Go to the weekly. Where does the bottom of that zone go? 50.60, so a little bit under 50.87. So you get a little bit more perspective on, oh, okay, on the daily, they could go down to that level, make a fake low, close back above it. Therefore, on the weekly, you get a hammer. And that's just an example. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying that's just a decent example. But yeah, that is a longer term demand. That's what I'm saying. 50.60 is a longer term demand. It's a longer term support. Until broken, you really can't switch this, because look, the chart has the uptrend, the chart has the sideways, right? It doesn't really have a pullback yet. We're still kind of at support. We're still holding consolidation. So good looks on the weekly, Tobias. Just really reminding everybody to zoom out more. It's just nice to know, hey, I'm not crazy. It's very easy to go crazy when you're zoomed in too much. And by going crazy, I mean it's very easy to lose yourself, to have all this extra noise. It's very easy to let these things distract you because we might be zoomed in too long. Nothing I like. Good job, Carter. Got caught up trying to force a trade. Doing well. Hope you are too. Thank you, Susan. IB so far on both IWM and SPY. 10-minute. Good job, Carter. Creator said, accidentally fat-fingered and took a small loss. Hey, at least you're being open about it, man. You didn't go crawl in a hole and hide and ignore it. I appreciate you for being open about that, Creator. Thank you. All right, right now, guys, we're getting a little bit of SPY buyers showing up. No new high of day yet, but good sign of life holding over today's open. Remember, we were jump roping this all morning. We're not jump roping it anymore. It's support. Very good chance we get some buyer moves here. Now, remember, if they just hit this, that's not a good sign. You want them to get beyond this. We want them to overtake the high of this red candle, because that would be the true demand of the previous day low. And if they can get above that, that would be a really good extra sign on top of this holding that buyers are present and do want to go smack that in-between fib overnight. The in-between, you know what I meant, the overnight fib. Look down at my phone and accidentally entered puts. Have you guys ever done that where you're looking at your phone and let's say you have like the options chain in front of you and you just kind of click on it, you're just like getting prepared and you're about to trade, and then you accidentally click accept at the top right because you're just like hovering your finger? I haven't done that in a long time, but I remember way back in the day I did that one time and it actually made me money. I was very surprised. Now other times I'm sure that would not have worked out the same, but it made it memorable. Alright, so they did exactly what I just said. All they did was go hit it. They did not close over it yet. That is not a good sign. You want to see them close over that if you're a buyer. Legit happened yesterday. That's fucked. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but that is very messed up. It's a very messed up mistake to make because you feel stupid for doing it. You know you're better than that, you know, and then even if it's just like $2 you lost, it still feels like you lost a lot more because it just the mistake you make. It just felt so dumb, you know. But don't beat yourself up too much. It's good to laugh at yourself a little bit. I know I was definitely laughing when it happened. Got me some. First time for me, I've entered calls instead of puts or the other way around. That was your first time doing that? Wow. Congratulations, you've officially become a trader. No, I mean it can be a little confusing when you're not thinking right, when you're looking at too much or not thinking about whatever you're looking at, you know, not super focused. It can definitely throw you off, especially when you don't even think about it and you just do it and you're like you said, you're accidentally in it. But that's never the broker's fault. I mean, and I'm not saying create or blame the broker, but we've had people in the past blame their brokers for stuff like this, and it's not the broker's fault. If you guys enter a trade, that's on you. That's not the broker. That's on you. And creator's being a man about it. He's being open about it, so it's good. You guys don't want to hide that stuff. It might not seem like a big issue right now, but down the road it will lead to lying about bigger things. Like right now, it might just be about lying about $2-3 loss. But in the future, you might end up lying about a lot larger. Then you might lie to yourself, then you'll be delusional, and then you'll start trading random moves. You'll just start buying and selling random things, expecting the best. Just wait till you accidentally buy 56 contracts instead of 5. God, dog, Luthen. Luthen's like, y'all make mistakes. I make large margin errors. That's funny. I'm asking not for the stream's sake. I'm more asking for y'all, and just to see. I really am just curious. But how long do you guys typically trade or view your charts on a day that you know has a large amount of news or you know is very volatile? Like today, we know CPI is today. We know FOMC is later today. Powell's probably going to speak after, and then tomorrow we have PPI. So we have two large pieces of economic news coming out today and tomorrow. How often do you guys stay on your screen the whole day during these days, or do you not? Do you just step away, or do you give it a good rep, a good routine rep where you're here for a few hours and then you just take the rest off? What do you guys do? Are you just here for the morning and then power hour? What is y'all's schedule or routine whenever you have a day where you know there's going to be a lot more volatility or just news in general? And maybe you're not letting the news affect you itself, but maybe you're just keeping yourself aware. I'm not saying you let this dictate how you trade. Do I see someone mentioning GE? Wow, nice. General Electric. I haven't seen that one mentioned as much lately. Good job, Sandollar. Making a move up in today's market. Nice. I did not read anything about CPI/PPI intentionally. Good, good. That's okay, BC. That's totally fine. I like that. He says, when I know I shouldn't be trading, I resort to trolling. Fair enough. It's a healthy way of avoiding the markets and keeping, everyone in a positive mindset. I like that. That's a good way of thinking about things. Becoming a jokester to where everybody's just kind of focused on the positive things. That's good. Definitely nothing wrong with that. Good post with the GE chart as well on Trade Floor. Eric updated the news again. Andre did take profit. He got out of Roblox with 75%. That's good. Good man. I'm going to screenshot SPY for chat. Oh, GE's not General Electric? What? Oh, they changed their name. Okay. How long has that been a thing? I don't pay attention to GE. Let me look it up. They weren't called GE Aerospace. Damn, I am way late. That's the end of 2022. Middle of 2022. Okay, so this is why. I was just about to say, I remember Vernova, and then I was going to say healthcare, but then I thought I was just tripping. But check this out. They've actually changed their name 3 times in recent years. This is the one that I remembered, and I was like, wait, why isn't it this? This is the one they are now, and this is the other one they were before. Huh. Now that's a historic company. Even if you don't trade them or invest in them, it's a historic company. Wait, what did he just say? Everybody read this. Everybody read this. He said, where are you at? I can't see stream, too dark. Can you change your chart to white, please? Somebody ban him. Can feel myself wanting to be dumb today. Gonna walk away, to be honest. Thanks for early stream. Be have a good. You too, Maddie. If you feel this, walk away. I try to stay on it all day, on and off, while babysitting, but I take it a little lunch break at 12. Okay. Healthcare, aerospace, same thing, right? Yeah. Dude, that's what made me kind of laugh a little bit. I was like, wait, aerospace? This is way off. They went from CVS to Lockheed Martin in one name change. And then Verdant or Verdana, whatever. It's like, damn, y'all went from like a tech sounding company to healthcare to aerospace. What is going on? If anybody has bipolar, it's GE. Where is sinful when we need him? Well, technically, we will always need him. But he's probably busy right now. I hope you guys know Sinful has a pretty important job in today's society. He actually does some pretty important stuff. Runs... I'm not going to say what he does, but he runs a lot of stuff, I should say. He'll downplay it, but that's the truth. He'll be like, I don't do anything, man. Is he the president? No, he's not that. I said he does something. The president doesn't do anything. But here's the pop eating cheesesteaks. He is. Oh yeah, he's in Philly today. That's right. He said that yesterday. I forgot. Yeah, so you guys should probably expect some really awesome looking food pictures today from Sinful. Joe Sinful Biden. Taste tester for all of New York. The Bacardi kid. New high of day on SPY, by the way. All right, so let's talk about this for a second. So we said it would be more bullish if this candle closed over. It did not. But I would also like to add this candle's an inside of this candle. It's an inside bar, as well as not closing under anything. So this candle did a good job being a reset candle. This is the candle I always tell you guys about when we explain about like running around the track for a while. If you guys have ever gone jogging or running for a long period of time, you'll feel you get tired. It's fatigue. It's pretty normal. A lot of people have it. But you get thirsty, you need a water or a Gatorade after you're done running. Your sides might even hurt a little bit because you've been running so much and you've just been breathing so hard. But that's what this candle represents, is the breather in between. Before it can go anymore, it has to have that breather sometime. Maybe it just needs a quick 5-second, just of standing still and just putting their hands above their head. Whatever might help them. That's exactly what this candle represents. It's the in-between. So is it bullish? Not every time. It could also be the reversal. It could be the slowdown. We end up holding a good percentage of the previous candle. The next candle closes over. So whenever you see candles like this, you have to use information from before and the information after to give yourself a higher probability situation in front of you. Or at least a scenario, I should say. You know what I mean. 90% entry above previous day low. Good call out. Also, it's funny, too, because yesterday we did that. We had that break under, and then that's where it reversed from. And that happened again at that 4-day ago. Oops. At that 4-day ago demand, too. They pushed lower towards the end of the day. Didn't break the level, but meat of the bone-wise, we did go lower. And the next day, we opened higher and bumped. So, a lot of really good, strong 90% entry fake-outs that happen. If you don't know what that is, definitely check out the recent videos we have on that topic. Unless something breaks loose. Yeah, exactly. Or if something breaks loose. Hey, you know me, man. We like to be confident with what we have in front of us, but we never like to shut the door behind us. We're allowed to be wrong, but let's not let our pride suck it all up. Like, we got to be able to take the hit. Oh man, water's so good. BA still under support. I have a feeling that's gonna come back up and break this, and then we're gonna be like, oh, I wish Boeing fell. That sucks. Nvidia made that one big move up, and they're just kind of consolidating here, so not really bearish on this yet, but I like that it's still just consolidating. So if the market does move up more, that does have the possibility of moving more. But remember, Nvidia's already moved so much, it might not need to anymore. It could just reverse and then hold range the rest of the day. And when I say reverse, I just mean not moving higher. It could definitely just kind of have a boring rest of the day now that it had such an exciting morning. Kind of excited for not CPI, for PPI tomorrow. What time is that all released at? Let me see. Same time tomorrow. Okay, that's what I figured. Jobless claims, PPI, core PPI, year over year, month over month. Williams speaks 15 minutes after that news comes out. Fed Williams, and then Fed Collins comes out at 11 tomorrow. My time. Then we have the 30-year bond, and then Bostic 30 minutes after lunch, or afternoon, I should say. And then Friday is actually really light. This is our usual on and off week where we have CPI, PPI, then the sentiment plan that comes out, which these are the only important pieces of news during the week are the CPI, the PPI, and then the University of Michigan sentiment. The sentiment report is basically what you'll hear me call it. Seems to be it, though. Alright, cool. And thank you guys for showing up today. Seriously, it's crazy how many of you are still here, even though it's a big news day. I'm very proud of a lot of you just for getting here and putting your rep in, really. Getting that rep. IWM getting bought up ever since the hammer of today. Didn't really make any new lows. It just kind of consolidated, moving a little bit higher. It's kind of like SPY. We're just kind of slowly pedaling up, but nothing really crazy. Nvidia did really good on that one. Boeing, we're really just looking to see, does that continue to fall under 176.25 or not? Bigger time frame charts that I'm interested in include Costco. I like Costco a lot. I think this has a lot of potential of moving back up as long as they're holding 709. Let's go see, what are the other ones that I had? FT&T. I didn't really have any info on that one. I'm just kind of watching it. Same thing for SoFi. Like, I'm bullish on it, but I just don't think you should be playing options on this. I just think it's a good equity position to take, but I only like it as long as it's holding this area. D-Dog, I was short-term bullish on this. I really liked a lot of the consolidation. I like the hammer that we got here that popped up above. We even got a nice move to go hit 127.50s, but now we're getting this reaction from the news in the market, and it's keeping us back in range. So, going to keep this on the back burner, but this is definitely something that we're going to keep ready to go. D-Dog, definitely a good one ready. Coinbase, now this one, and it might be a hot take, but this one might actually be good for some calls soon. I know. Bueller talking about crypto, being bullish on it. What is he on? Is he on drugs? Who knows? But I actually kind of like this setup that we're getting here for Coinbase. One, because we've already been here once, twice, and failed to continue new lows. And if we actually hold a candle, not like this, but maybe a little higher, this would be a very strong sign that over the next couple days, couple weeks, this might actually work up towards the higher 270s again. Or higher 260s, lower 270s, sorry. But that one is something I have on the back burner. Nothing on PayPal yet. PanW, I think I've been watching this because somebody asked me to chart it. We talked about it most likely maybe moving up to this support. It looks like it has now. So we'll look to see if we get rejections to push this further down or not. But PanW, probably going to see some short positions on that soon. Unless they change the scenery. This is a pretty nuts chart because I actually thought it was getting tired. We have a bullish kicker today. Go figure. Delta Airlines, we shorted from this hammer into this candle. Haven't touched it since. Was waiting for a retest. We missed a midterm retest that happened. They didn't really get a large move, though, from there. They just kind of held support. And we're back to square one, so you might be getting some Delta Airlines shorts again soon. Sound, I kind of like equities on this. I would not trade options on this, as long as it's holding this recent support right here. QCOM, just seeing some basings, pretty similar to our TSM analysis. ABNB, I was short-term bearish on this, but now that we have this dip here, we might have to wait for more. But this could be a chart that opens lower next week and ends up having a nice dump. Cat, just kind of a good reset candle, nothing crazy. Good reset candle on UPS. It's another strong chart. Last time I called this out, we were calling out positions after the break of the inside bar. So from this candle, over the course of 3 days, it made a good strong move over 151. Actually hit 152s, even higher than that the next day. Basically, I stopped posting about it from this day, though. So I'm not going to try to act like I was able to make it up here. No, I wasn't. Next couple days, prices back down, kind of a reset candle, potential bullish doji sitting here at 147.50s, 148s. If that can hold, might get some short-term upside. Kind of really depends on the next day's open, depending on that candle right here, right now, which doesn't really mean anything because it's only been an hour in today. Bearish continuation most likely on Ulta. CLF is at a support. If we get a bullish candle, we can get a good dip buy. Nike is at demand of the bigger time frame. We drew this one together yesterday in stream or the day before, I can't remember. Whenever we streamed together. So really just looking for more information on Nike. And that's what a lot of these setups are right now. SMCI, just kind of reflecting on this. Noxta, a few other people in chat. Noxta especially, though, him and myself have posted NVIDIA or SMCI a few times now. And they have rejected perfectly from where we were looking at. SMCI looks a lot better than the NVIDIA chart in terms of how that pullback worked, though. And then we have all kinds of other tickers that we're just kind of skimming through. EMPH, Dollar General, all these good ones. Don't mind any of them. I think that's it. Eli Lilly, I haven't traded it in a couple weeks. MasterCard, where'd that one go? Oh, here it is. There's another one that I shorted. Haven't held long enough, and it hasn't really gotten an extra move after we finished trading it, so we're just kind of waiting on that one. But we'll go back to SPY. I just wanted to go over a few other charts just to waste a little bit of time and just kind of take our eyes off of the SPY chart for a little bit and refresh ourselves, really. It's a really good thing you can do. And right now we're still getting a rejection of 515, so this is really still not a good sign for buyers. But it does look a lot better for them than bears until we see a break of something. And I'm just going to send a chart and trade for it. And during moments like this, I like to take time to try to waste time asking y'all questions while also learning more about y'all. What is a cool question I could ask everybody? We've talked about people's favorite movies, shows. We talked about favorite colors. We talked about favorite foods one time. What is another one we could ask everybody in here? What is something interesting we could try to get out of everybody? This feels like a first date. This is our third date, silly. The A and the F and some. Wait, the what? The A, the N, and F is decisively moving up after. Oh, I was what? I was confused for a second. What's up, Sandollar? How you doing, man? What do they do after market close? Ah, that could be a good question. Ooh, okay, we got a couple good ones in here. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Like VC said, what do you guys do after market close? Do you just kind of prioritize life at that? You just turn your head off and you're just back onto real life, or what? What does everyone do after market close? Do you guys go into a second job? Do you guys take care of your kids? Do you go take care of someone else's kids? Do you just go home, play some video games? What do you guys do? You go chill? What's your plan after market's closed? I like Zaya's. We're going to ask Zaya's next. I like that one a lot. I think we asked about professions one time. We did professions, we've done age, we've done foods, we've done shows, movies. I think we even one day talked about animals in here. Sleep, it's 10 p.m. Fair enough. Fair enough. Damn, you play tennis? Oh, we know VC is fit. Watch workshop. You're such a kiss ass. He said, watch Workshop 11. You're crazy. I work second shift, 2:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Damn, D-Touch, putting in the grind. Sleep, lol. Dropped my friend's mom off at the airport, and she's headed back to Toronto. It was a great visit, and she loved me as her driver / bodyguard / transporter. That's what I need. I need to come have $100, all that. Get home, help with new baby, and then once she's down, go back to chart more for tomorrow. You're crazy. He's like, as soon as I'm done with this, I go chart more. And then watching some baseball while doing it. What team are you a fan of, Carter? After market close, I give thanks to God for whatever happens with my P&L, then spend the rest of the time taking care of the family. That's a good day. Eric is a good dad, man. If there's ever something I always hear from Eric, it's always something about his son or how he's taking care of him or just something, you know, it's always something new, and I love that. Showing he actually does, you know, have passion in being in his son's life. That's pretty cool. Not a lot of us could say that, so. I sold last call, another 23% from inside bar to rejection. Great call out. So you guys can go up now. You're welcome. I appreciate that, your obsession. John G says I'm second shift 2, 3 to 11:30 Central. Damn, we got some grinders in here. We had some badasses in here. The Cardinals, okay. STL Cardinals. I haven't watched the Cardinals baseball since Albert Pujols. Squeezing up. Yeah, thanks Tobias. I was thinking the same thing. Still going to PT. Should be done in a few months. Watch this pop right here. Oh, you're still going to... I know what you mean. Hey, only a few more months, Chuck. Only a few more months. Alright, now on to the funny question, because this was a pretty good one. I think I'm going to change it, though, Zaya. I'm going to change it from singer and performer. I think I'm just going to go to any famous person, just because I don't think everybody here will know a singer or performer to bring back to life. Even though they probably should. As a cultured person, they should, but I'm going to allow them to not. So if you guys could bring back any famous person, singer, performer, artist, actress, actor, anybody who was famous at any point in history, who would you bring back? And why? You have to give reasoning. Please don't just say, I would bring back this guy so my football team can win. Don't say that. We need to hear the why. Alexis said, read a nice book / video game / outdoor hiking now that it's nice out. Play marbles, LOL, said no one. Alexis knows me too well. I need to fix that stuff. Would get so many views, I will monetize it. Ace says my dad. Oh, okay. Okay, questionnaire over, everybody. Somebody just brought us all back down to reality. I said famous person. Okay, somebody said my dad again. Okay, you guys are just making this super depressing. Chore of the day, catch up with stuff my dad has asked to help with. Oh, okay, cool. Tobias says, now I feel bad. Now you feel bad? Chuck's like, okay, fine. I'll settle, fine. My mom and dad. Okay, this got too dark. I'm gonna go back to talking about charts now. I was just trying to get you to be like Elvis or something, you know, or like Michael Jackson, or, you know, like literally anybody. It's in a good way we missed them. No, I know what y'all meant. It's just like, I'm over here like, can y'all... I should not have asked that. I would ask that question, Tobias, because I would ask that, but we're on YouTube, so I can't. No, you're good, Zaya. I blame our chat for being such a troll, honestly. Because I know some of them probably meant it genuinely, but then the other half was like, oh, let's troll. This is the perfect time. I think some of you just like to see how I react. I don't even think some of you are here for charts. I don't even think some of you care on me saying anything about these charts. I think some of you are here just to question my sanity. Game on, I guess. I hate this price action. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it, but it is a necessity to see this kind of price action. Like, we need to see this kind of price action for us to move on. Remember what we talked about this morning. If you go back to the very beginning of my stream, one of the first scenarios I talked about is a buyer impulse move, because we made it down to an area where we've held support before. We've held scary sell-offs at this exact area before, and now it's a second time. Oh, this is about to be one of the hardest supports to break. You guys remember when I couldn't stop saying 400.61? This is about to be a new 400.61. It keeps holding massive sell-offs. What was even the question? The question was supposed to be if you could bring anyone who was famous back to life, who would it be? And everybody started saying my dad. And now it's like kind of depressing. So now I'm moving on from that question, and we're just going to go focus back on charts. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Get closer. Get closer. Alright, now let's ask a question to see who is all paying attention. You guys ready? Okay, he said Aaron Hernandez. That's even more depressing than when they said dad. Okay. I just send done trading. I may not look at contract prices already sold. Don't look, Tobias. Okay, guys, you guys ready? Let's see who's paying attention. What is this area? Why do I have this gray zone right here? What is this? I'm seeing a lot of correct answers, and I'm liking it. This man ace. So this right here is if you go from previous day close, so the close of that, and please, when you're drawing levels or fibs, please have snap drawings to OHLC on. It's a very helpful setting. If you go from previous day close all the way down, so this candle right here. So we open here, we wicked. We need to go to the open of that candle. So the top of the meat right there where it opened. And that's what gives us, my gray zone's a little off, as you can see. It's just a little bit above, a little bit below. But what this does is this gives us a kind of an average area where once we have massive sell-offs or when we have massive pump-ups, like big gap-ups or gap-downs, a lot of the time over the course of that day or the next couple of days, a lot of the time you're going to be seeing building of base or the rejection of resistance to make it back to this area. A lot of the time. It's just kind of a normal, natural way of how things work when you have a large gap-up or gap-down. So that's why we like to mark that. And we do have a video on this topic. If you'd like to go check it out, it's on the YouTube. I think everybody should have access. It's where me and Leland talk about overnight fibs. But that's what that area is. If that's what you answered, then you are correct. If not, then get back to the books. And it's okay, guys, if you weren't paying attention when we went over that. I only went over it once. It's not like I sat here for 3 hours going over it. We only went over it once, so it's okay if you missed it. Might have just been a timing thing. I think when I covered it, it was like 30 people on stream anyway, so I don't think everybody saw it. But I wanted to see who might have added it on their own, just to kind of test y'all. I sold your call out so it would work. You're welcome. So good job if you guys had that marked on your own. I wanted to see who all had it, because I know a lot of you guys are already kind of doing this without me asking you to. I just wanted to see who's all doing what. But anytime you have a large gap up or gap down, you got to have that marked, because is it always going to go touch that? No. I mean, we could have just as easily held this low and then kept selling off. It could have just as easily done that. But we're at a good spot. It's a good area to see if we do get a buyer or if we do get higher lows. It's a good area to look for. You just said watch it. I think I said a little more than just watch it, but yeah, essentially yes. 23% out of an 84% play. Chew. Always add the morning gap fib once you and then brought it to my awareness. Good stuff. Yeah, it's just a good like routine area to grab. Honestly, ever since Leland showed me, I've never not seen a reason to add it unless it's just like a really small gap down or gap up. Then I'm just like, whatever, I'll just focus on my levels. But even when that happens, sometimes it becomes one of the most important areas of the chart that day. What do you think about Friday's consolidation as supply? Let's open it up a little bit more. So what was Friday's date? The 5th. So we're going to go back to the 5th. I'm staring at the top of my screen. The 5th. So Friday. So from open here to Monday. And you're asking about, you said, what do you think about the Friday consolidation as supply? Oh, I went over this at the beginning of the stream. I agree with you. That is supply. Because you have your drawdown. We don't have any break of structure, but you have your drawdown. Of the drawdown, if you go from the high to the low of the move, we actually only made it to the gaps. Sorry, not the gaps, the fibs. I can't speak English right now. We made it to the golden pocket and the halfway point. We made a good high here, another good high here, but this is where we had a big dump from. You can see the first time, we also had a nasty large dump from there as well. Have another one happening from there again. Yesterday we closed just under this, possibly seeing a lower high here, and we made it down here again. But for the third time, 1, 2, 3, we have failed to break 512.85, 513 area. So this is as important as the resistance of the consolidation you're looking at. But yes, you are correct in assuming that we are kind of rejecting a bearish area of that drawdown move. I agree with you. Oops, what is going on here? Go back to the 2-day 5-minute. But yes, I agree with that. That would be a good way of looking at this chart. But I also like what you brought up, though, going out to the daily, going out to the weekly, and just kind of knowing, like, okay, yes, we've had large bearish moves. Yes, sellers have shown up on the chart, but we also haven't broken structure in a major way. We broke some short-term structure, but it looks like we're just heading towards some bigger supports to see what happens there. We're on the right chart. Okay, cool. I'm just zoom in here. I'm trying to keep all of yesterday's price action in here as well as today's with enough levels above and below so you see everything. You're not just looking at just one aspect of the chart. Over 50% on an IWM play. Great job, Prop Street. Can we get some green candlesticks in here for Carter, Prop Street, for IWM? He's honestly becoming like the IWM king in here, and I'm very happy to see it. That is a great chain to get down. Good job, man. I'm happy for you. Excuse me, I'm happy for you, Carter. I got the hiccups. Ah, I know those. Ooh, look at you, Eric. Already putting the things we talked about to work just to practice it. Or just to review it, just to back test it. I like that. This is basically what me and Leland would do with anything and everything we ever thought about. Anytime we were ever like, I wonder if this would do this, we would just go back test it hundreds of times until it either made sense or until it didn't make sense. And we were like, well, we can't really trust that. You just got to go off your own intuition at that point. And of course, you're back testing. Great job, though. He's testing the 50% of the fib that we were looking at. But just kind of testing the little theory we talked about yesterday. Awesome job, Eric. Awesome job. Also, thank you to Eric. I appreciate you. This morning he messaged me. He said, Bueller, wake up. I didn't take that personal. I appreciated it. I was already up, but it was funny. Good job, Prop Street. Good job, Kevo. Good job, Sandollar. Man, shout out to Mangekyo Kevin, man, for real. He has been, Mangekyo Kevin, he has been working his ass off on Trade Floor. He's a really nice guy, too. He messaged me the other day. I'm not going to read it, but it was just cool that he reached out. A lot of really cool people in chat, for real. And it's cool, man. A lot of the times in the past, and why I think I feel so much relief with you guys nowadays, is in the beginning, if you ever had somebody make money in chat, man, it was actually a bad thing because everybody would focus on that person. They would never focus on chat anymore, and then all of those people would go lose a bunch of money. And so all of those people would go from paying attention to quitting within weeks. But I would still have that one guy who was making money. And that was what was how we shared it was what was ruining it for everybody. But nowadays, all of the people who are winning in chat don't just throw the gains in chat. They don't just throw it and that's it. That's all they say. They throw that, they'll throw a trade review later on if they have time. And they're there in chat to be good moral support for others. They're not just in a way winning and then hiding away from everybody. No, they go win and they share about it with everybody. They share their journey, share their adventure, and it's a really awesome thing. Okay, I'm gone. This boy needs to work. It's meeting day, apparently. We'll see you later, Tobias. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate the vibes. Sold one into the high. Looked to hold a runner, but had to get out even. Just feeling it out. Oh, my God, Carter. Great job. So he was in one, took profits on it, and he gave his second contract a chance. And he didn't make money on the second contract, but he got some amazing growth out of that because now he's able to test himself. Great job, Carter. I love that I just read that. Everybody say bye, Tobias. Alright, cool. God, I was all stressed out thinking CPI was going to ruin some of y'all. And most of y'all are doing great. I love the responses we have today, too. A lot of you guys are kind of in a mature, aware mindset, knowing that today might not be that crazy on SPY itself, but also seeing just good lessons today. We got to talk about the median, going from a large gap down. Where does it want to go? It most likely wants to just test that fib. It doesn't have to do anything once it does that. It could literally just range here the rest of the day between here and here. It could pump over this, make it to the previous day close, previous day high. It could reject this, break 514.81, break this, make new low of day. It could still do a lot of these scenarios. And that's what I love about these days is that anything is possible. It really keeps you on your toes, and it's like a proving ground for yourself. It's almost like, all right, how much have you actually learned? How much do you think you know? Man, Sandollar, I've been really itching to want to fly a plane lately. I need to get into one of those co-pilot planes with you and just fly. I'm scared of heights, but I've been itching to want to fly. Can you believe that? I'm just built uniquely. I don't know. You need 1 year of ground school for starters. Jesus, how did I fly the plane that one time then? Was it because I was with somebody who's like a pro or whatever? Because they let me fly it without having anything. Or he illegally let me do that. And there's a decent school in the Houston area. I know where the big one is too. He took me to it. It's one in between here and Cinco, and it connects like a lot. Yeah, with someone is good. It's like, oh, it's legal. Okay, well, okay, that's how I did it then. Damn. So if I went up over there with you, could I fly or no? Because you have to be licensed, right? I mean, I've seen you in plenty of flying pictures. You have to have multiple licenses, I would assume. Sanddollar could tell me he's a G4 pilot, and I would believe it. Yes, it's good. Okay, cool. Damn. That would be cool. Twin engine hours only? Okay, fair enough. Damn. What are the planes called that, once it runs out of gas, it just kind of, like, floats? And by floating, I mean it's descending towards Earth, but at a pace to where you're not going to die. It's just going to land. Unless you, of course, land in the ocean. Or into a building. But that was the plane I got to practice on. That was so much fun, dude. I don't care who you are as an individual. Even if you are scared of heights, you guys got to go try flying at least once in your life. It is the most fun thing you can do. I swear. It's so weird how it works. A little complex, but I'm not joking. It's got to be one of the coolest things you can do. Started with the Cessna, prop in the front and prop in the back. Nicknamed a push-pull craft. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. BA new low of day. These are the updates I live for. These are the updates I live for. Thank you, Cam. As soon as I saw that ticker pop up, I was like, wait, I need to comment on this. Oh wait, I already read that. My uncle is a flight instructor. Damn. Your uncle's a very cool person then. IWM right back to open. Great call out Prop Street. Yeah, it looks like ever since we almost got close to hitting that median range, they gave up. Those buyers became liquidity for that dip just now. But now let's see, does this dip turn into liquidity for buyers, or does this continue to head towards the low of day? What do you guys think? You guys think we hit that median again? Or do you think we come back down and test low of day? Or do you guys think we range out here for the rest of the day? And by rest of the day, I mean into lunchtime. Of course, power hour could still be very exciting. You can still get amazing moves into day. Never limit the chart's movement because of your own expectations. Don't look at this chart and be like, oh, it can't go anywhere. It has to range here. And then walk away just because you don't think it can, and then come back. It's okay to come back and be like, oh, it did move. I can review this. But don't be the person that comes back to the chart and be like, oh my God, it moved. Why did I do this? Why did I do that? Don't beat yourself up if you literally are the one who made the decision. 40% profit on that pullback. Oh my gosh, Alexis. Let's go. Let's get some green let's get some red candlesticks in this chat for my boy Alexis. I love seeing Alexis win. He's always driving around. He's always working his ass off. And at the same time, always keeping one of the best attitudes I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen this man complain. I think I might have to jet for now, fam. Have a busy day today. Much love. See you later, Alexis. We love you, man. Thank you for being here. Always appreciate the vibes. Microsoft new low of day. Great call out by Brady. How you doing today, Brady? How are you doing on this fine Wednesday? Suppression on the 40. How's the music, by the way? Do I need to turn it up? Do you guys want me to change it? Does it need to be turned down? I haven't seen anybody complain, so I'm assuming it's fine. No way, Julian. Okay, I need to fix this. Jesus Christ. Okay, so Julian said he... Wait, where am I at? There's music? Wait, y'all don't hear it? No way you don't hear that music. Oh my god, that's awkward. You know what's weird? Wait, tell me if you hear it now. There's no way you don't. Advanced properties. Properties. There's no way y'all don't hear that. What? That's breaking my brain. Wow. Man, my OBS needs to be updated then, because, you can hear it? Don't lie to me. Okay, y'all are throwing me off now. I don't... This one here and the ones in the diner. He can hear it and he can hear it, but y'all can't hear it. I'm gonna start believing the masses. There's no... Are y'all trolling me? Y'all have to be trolling me. These two are trolling me, I think. Yeah, I believe y'all. I believe y'all. I believe y'all. It's just weird because I definitely have music playing. I mean, y'all can see it right here. And you can't see it on my stream because I have it to where it hides my OBS, my recording software. But it is literally moving right now. Let me try this. So I'm gonna delete this tab. We'll tab that for a second. I'm gonna open Spotify. Let's see what Spotify gives us. We'll go listen to some unlistened, uncensored, or whatever the fuck it's called, uncopyrighted. Or I mean, it will be copyrighted. Let's see here though. Non-copyright music for streaming, and then let's try this. Alright, so I don't know if the music is good. Give me a second. It might be bad for a second. But what I'm doing is I need to test this to replace the music. We'll do properties, change that. We'll change it to Spotify. Alright, let me know, do y'all hear that? Please say it's a yes. Please tell me you guys hear this. It might take a second. Give it a second. If you can't hear this, then I just need to fix it. But I can't fix it today if you still can't hear it. I will be very shocked if y'all can't hear this. Nothing? Wow. Okay. Wow, OBS, you just really suck. Okay, let's try this then. Like I said, music, properties, miles away, window match, priority, match the title, otherwise fine, same type. Let's do advanced audio properties. So music. Let's do music at track 6. Settings, stream, output. Oh, I figured out why. Guys, I'm so dumb. Y'all can't see this, can you? Can you see this? Oh, you can't see this. It's OBS. What am I talking about? Okay, so on this screen I have my audio tracks. I only have 3 selected. I needed to... Oh. Okay. That's on me. I can't do it without ending stream, though, so we just don't have music. Okay, guys, I am sorry about that. I genuinely thought you guys had music this whole time. That's kind of depressing. I'm sorry about that. You guys don't have music today. Okay, just pretend there's music. Pretend the stream's a little bit more more enjoyable. Wow, I'm so dumb. I can't believe I didn't fix that. It was right there in front of me. All right, well, at least we figured it out. We figured it out together. That's what's important. We got it. So next stream, there will be music. Thank you guys for being my audio engineers, my stream managers. There's not really an amazing way to go through this stuff like on my own, because like I get this awkward feeling like every time I stream unlisted that people can still see the link. And I was right. I had a stream a couple days ago that was hidden from the channel. Like none of you have business seeing it, no matter if you're a member or not. Right? It's hidden. It shouldn't be seen. And 2 or 3 people still found the link. Before I even started streaming on my OBS, I had 2 or 3 people join the stream, and it was like, what? So it sends people notifications even when I'm not doing a public stream. And that's what I was trying to do to test my audio. And it was like, well, damn, now I can't test it, or these guys are going to get notified 65,000 times, you know? I didn't really want to annoy people and make it like, I don't know. I'm weird. But it'll be fixed now. I understand what needs to be done now. I just needed to isolate my audio track, and then when we do output for the audio, I need to isolate that, and then it'll be the same. Damn, I'm so sorry about that, because I actually kind of hate when there's no music in my streams, is why I'm so sorry. Because it's kind of awkward noise in the background, isn't it? Isn't it like white noise, or you can hear my fan a little bit? And anytime I'm not talking, like I'm always sitting here thinking you'll have music, but you didn't. Because I don't like there to be a long amount of silence in here, because the streams get kind of weird, you know, when it's just like, if I just mute my mic and we're just staring at a screen, I feel like that's not really entertaining or informational at all. But my big thing, and seriously, like, write this down with me, like, my big thing is pre-market prep. and I do this on my own, regardless of doing this with you guys or not. I do this every day. You should be doing it too. Pre-market prep. You know, going through pre-market, like going through this part, you should have your. Actually, why am I typing all this? Hold up. I already have this all typed. Hold up. Okay, so here's like an extra Discord server that you guys know about. I've gone over this a few times now. And the main thing, and I need to probably edit this message. Yeah, there we go. Because I can't do those days. But I will be doing at least a video a week in here going over just y'all's trade review. So if you post it in here or you go to the main server and you post it in here, results in review, if you go in here and you're posting, I'll see it as well. So regardless of what server you're in, I'll see it. But basically in this server is the routine that I wanted to talk to you guys about, the checklist. And this is just kind of like a couple things you should have. This is the routine I speak so much about. Like, everybody's always like, why does he say routine so much? Like, is that just like vague vanilla advice he's giving us? Like, no, this is genuine advice I'm giving that I think helps me. And if you want to try to apply it, you can help yourself. It's just structure. That's all you're giving yourself. This isn't like a strat or anything. But regardless of whatever your strategy is for a chart, right, this can apply. So it doesn't matter what you have. So day before, the night before, or the morning of the market opening for you early birds, the pre-market preppers, you should already have your bigger time frame info done, your smaller time frame info done. That should all be done, especially SPY and your different indices, right? Previous day supply / demand should be drawn onto the day we are about to trade. And this is kind of leaning more towards my strat, of course. But like having your previous day low demand, having your previous day high supply, having your pre-market high, your pre-market low the next morning, like having all this stuff, like this, all of this except the pre-market should be done. Like, you should already be done with all of this going into the morning before the open, right? Like, you should have all of this done. And then the morning of, you can just quickly, or if you have the indicator on, cool, you don't have to do anything. But you can just go in there and add your pre-market levels if you need to. And then that's it. Now it's just about time to create your plan. Like, that's the next step, 30 to 45 minutes before market opens. Your list needs to be done. Tickers, levels, stop losses, targets, anything that is notable to you for a potential game plan, for a potential trading opportunity, needs to be broken down already. You shouldn't be making stuff up on the fly. Everything with game plans as detailed as possible for your future self. Notice that, future self. Wait, and then of course I added this line because we're weird, but water for hydration is nearby and you're good to go for the market opening, just so that point wasn't by itself. But it's true though, you probably should have some water. You guys always hear me running back and forth to get water. So during market hours, so this is markets open, we're ready to go, nothing's, nothing is missed. Like, you have everything ready to go, and if you have to add anything, I guess you can right at the open, but it's preferred that you don't, that you just kind of focus on whatever you have. So focus on taking setups that we practiced or visualized over and over. And of course you can go to, I don't know why I linked this, you can literally go to here. For context, I guess maybe I just copied it from that. Charting as you like and reviewing the markets. Check for the stream schedule. If I'm not streaming, I'm in the BB chat. This is just kind of vague to everybody. Make a rule list. Don't overtrade. Don't trade setups you haven't been practicing. You wouldn't go out in public and pretend to know French trying to flirt with a French drake. You would look dumb. So don't take setups you don't practice or have confidence in. You'll lose and be mad over a dumb, simple mistake. 4. If you finish early or hit your limit in either direction, just chill. Go outside. Wait to review later on. You don't have to review right then and there. If you're someone who's like me and needs to get it done right then and there, though, get it done. Then go outside. Go enjoy your day. But you don't need to be investing all of your time into the screen. And then this one kind of runs for the aftermarket. This is when after the market closes. But just, and this could be right after the market closes. This could be later that afternoon. This could be later that night. This could be, if you're someone who's up like hours and hours and hours ahead of the market because of how your schedule is, then this could be even for you. You know, just reviewing how did the market do the previous day. How did everything go down? I'm talking about SPY, the indices, the ETI, everything you think of. Left to right, review to truly give yourself the story of what happened that day. 2, review your own trades. Rate them. What could have been done better? What did you do that you were proud of? So let's not just talk about the negatives in a trade. What could you have done better? Let's also talk about the positives in a trade. What did you do that you were proud of? What were things that you planned that you did successfully do, that you did follow up with, that you didn't just make up on the fly? Well, name those points as well. Let's not just talk about the negatives, talk about the positives. Maintenance time, very important. This is the next, probably the most important part of the page. You can remove the bigger time frame levels and make yourself redraw everything if you were trying to go hard and practice like crazy. This is a great step for someone who's just now starting out or someone who's just been here for a year or so. I would still do this if I was you, which is cool. Just don't overdo yourself and be tired. So if you get to a point where you feel like you're just kind of killing yourself doing this stuff, where just you're doing your chart, you're clearing it, you're doing your chart, you're clearing it, it can feel very repetitive and make you feel very exhausted. So maybe don't do it every single time, but it is in theory a really good practice to just kind of do it over and over again. So that's why we say that. Clean off all smaller time frame levels and supply demand areas we drew the night before. So let's say you have your, and this is kind of something I have to show you on the chart, but let's say we have a, let's go to a different screen. I just can't with this. Okay, cool. It's already cleared. So let's say we have a previous day high supply. Just bear with me. This isn't accurate based on how the chart actually looks right now, but bear with me for example. So let's say we have a previous day high supply. This is how it looks, right? I'd say this is our previous day low demand. And then the next day trades just like this. It opens lower, it hits this, it does that, and let's say this is the whole day. Let's say this is like a 30-minute chart, right? And this is everything, right? This is the low of day, this is the high of day. What is now my new, what do I do with this? You know, do you know the steps to take? You know, you would need to delete this, and then the new focus would be adding this high of day supply, and then having this low of day demand from the low to the open. Now, normally you go from low to the top of the last red candle before reversal, but since we have another notable level, we're going to include that and just focus and keep the chart clean, and it still makes sense. We're not adding levels that we don't use. So just chart maintenance is really what that point is kind of adding on to. Last point. Redraw the supply demand on SPY SPX the next day, or whatever you might be looking at. Any other I just said SPY SPX because that's what I like to look at. But whatever you're looking at, do the same thing. I do this in stream in a ton and have videos on this topic. I'll make a smaller one. Blah 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 blah. I think it's just me kind of repeating myself. But yeah, that's the gist of it. If you guys want a link to that Discord just to kind of read that for yourself, I can give you guys a quick link. This expires in 7 days, so if you end up needing a new one, you'll have to find a new one. Here, I'll drop it in here. But I hope you guys enjoy that. Yeah, that's all I got on that. Let's just look back at charts now. And that's just something I did with like a smaller group of people, and I wanted to bring out to a larger group of people that I think I could handle. There's a lot of people in there. We got like 120, 130 people in there right now. It's called Bueller's Mentorship Group, but it's not a mentorship in any way. It's just, I didn't really think of a name. But basically, people post trade reviews. I'm going to be posting all kinds of videos that break down how you should be reviewing if you're basing it off the system that we promote. Which is, again, the BB system, the Bueller Buys system, whatever the hell you want to call it, TA routine, if you don't want to call it that. You could really just call it price action. I really don't care what you call it. But it's all just the same stuff over and over again. You know, we see different variations of different pieces of price action. You know, we react differently every single time based on maybe our emotions. Again, that's another variable, again, that you have to tack down is your own emotions. You know, maybe one day you took this setup and you were totally prepared. You were totally cool, calm, and collected, and you kicked that trade's ass. But let's say the next day something happens, and you're not prepared. Maybe you woke up late. Maybe something happened, and you weren't totally focused. Maybe you were angered at something. Maybe something in real life affected you. And then you get into the trade. You take the exact same setup, and you mess it up. Why would you do that? You know, how was that even possible? How did you just lose a setup you just did so great on the day before? You know. And it's scenario. It really is. So that's why having a routine matters. Trying to do the same thing over and over and over again. Having conditional formatting. If this, then that. You know, you shouldn't be going off of random information on your screen. You shouldn't be making up random game plans. If it does this, then you do that. If it does that, then you do this. You know, and it should be conditional all the way through. Can you make that a video? That routine part? Yes. Can you message me? If you guys ever want a video of something, can you guys do can you guys just please DM me what time it was done? Based on the Central Standard Time clock at the top right of the screen? If you do that, it'll help me. Like right now, let me message myself and I'll say, hey, 10:17. Or actually, Eric, I'm gonna message you because you're the first person I see. 10:17 a.m. CST routine video. See, and then now, when the stream ends, I can't just download the stream instantly. And to make the streams run a little bit better, I'm not recording them while I'm streaming them now, whereas before I would. And that does draw a little bit more to my computer power, the GPU or the CPU or whatever the hell, whatever. But I have to do them that way, so I have to go back and download it. But on YouTube, I can't download it instantly. I have to wait a few hours for YouTube to actually like render it, upload it, have it there available to rewatch, which you should be able to rewatch it instantly. But for me to download it, I have to wait till like tonight to download it. So sometimes I forget. Every time I think of a good video that I had in my stream, I'll literally forget it because of this whole new like routine I'm doing with how I stream and record and stuff. But if you guys ever have any part of a stream that you want me to cut out that's a lot longer than 60 seconds, because you guys can cut out any 60-second clip you want, or cut multiple out if you want, and have multiple links. But if you need something cut out that isn't, like that, then just let me know. I'll go cut it out. I'll download it. I'll render it. I'll re-upload it as just a video. If it's just a small topic, I'll just keep it unlisted and link it to just you, or maybe share it in a chat and one of the channels in the chat. If it's an important topic, I'll just keep it as a public video. We'll just post it as that. And I don't monetize my videos, so you shouldn't. It's not about let's get some content out, guys. Let's farm content. No, it's not about that. So just whatever you guys need, just let me know. But please go off of the time that's on the screen, or I will be very confused. That's really why I have that there. It's so we all have a standard to go off of. Because I'm Central. So most of you guys are Eastern. Some of you guys are Mountain Time. Weirdos. Some of you guys are, a lot farther than that. PST. I started talking about mature stuff and routine, and some people left. Channel name should be Bueller Rocks Your Socks Off. Oh, your stocks off. Oh, that would actually be pretty decent. I thought it was just men until I reread that it said stocks, and I was like, wait, that actually kind of fits. Let's check on a couple things. What do you guys want to look at? We got coin here, which I'm actually kind of bullish on this as long as it holds in this vicinity, but we'll see. BA, we need to see, is BA still falling off a cliff? Nice. They didn't get quite to the next psychological level, but I love the distance they've made down here, man. That's awesome. And it never once scared anybody. So if anybody did actually take this, they wouldn't have been in a position where they were like, oh, it closed over, and it was just kind of confusing. Like, no, it didn't. It just wicked it once. It was a little boring here. I could definitely agree to that, but it had to make another lower high to really assure itself that this new low was going to hold. And look at that. Another $3 drop later almost. A little less than $3. $2.70. And NVIDIA, another one that we had said we were kind of more bullish on. If it ended up popping under 830s, you definitely want to see for more drops on that. And it just had a massive 15 into a 25-minute pump, and since then it's just held its gains. So kind of hard for an entry on that one. I really won't be surprised if everybody missed this because of how aggressive it was, because that was a pretty massive move. But I'm just happy to see that the levels are holding up how they should be holding. For the up and the downside, it doesn't matter what kind of day we're having. It's just nice to see the levels working right. So we're down 1% today on SPY at this exact moment. Right now we're just seeing today's lows hold. Not much to say about that, which is also the 4-day ago demand, which is a buyer-controlled area. So that's why we're kind of stuck here still. If this was just to go touch the median and then make a new low, this could end up turning into a very bloody day. PPI could also be the final hit that sends this down more too. So if news comes out tomorrow or end of day today, this could still go more. This could still go to the downside more. But I am at least happy that we made this move here, because now if we do make those new lows, it's not going to feel as desperate. It's not going to be as bad. I actually like that we went up and tested something. So now you might actually get a really good move to the downside if this new low is ever made. instead of just going down and touching 5, 11, 12, and then reversing and closing back above this. No, now there's a really good chance that this breaks this new low. It does go down to the next psychological near 510, so we'll see. But I like these moves a lot. It's just nice to see good movement. I know a lot of you guys have been begging for that. And this is what sets up good movement, or days like this. A lot of people complain about days like this, but these days get me excited. Are you talking about my trade from earlier? VC? That was a swing that I had. And it was on SPX. On SPY, probably looks a lot different. But, no, I did not take it. I haven't taken another trade. After I took that swing, I was fine. I didn't need another one. I'm trying to see, my big issue with trading is I'm really good at getting a big winner. I'm really good at getting winners, but what I'm really bad at is keeping them. I'm really good at going into another trade and being like, all right, I have some to spare. And that's really not the right mindset. You know, you might think like, yeah, but you're giving yourself a chance at more winners. Like, yeah, on some days, but what if I'm wrong? That I'm just cutting away from what I have. And you might think like, oh, that's a really gay way of thinking. It's a feared way of thinking. You shouldn't think like that. You should be more confident in your trading. No. That's not confidence speaking. That's delusion. What do I have control of? How much I risk and how much I'm able to take away from the market, right? So if I'm in a live position and I'm up or down a certain amount, right? I can control how much of that I have because I can close it right then and there. What do I not have control of? The future. I don't have control of the future. So what if my position goes wrong? Then I'm not making this percent or this amount. Now I'm making less because I decided that I wanted to potentially give that more of a chance. And that's what you have to do with small positions like that. When you have a position you can scale out of, you can control it a lot more. But that's why scaling in, scaling out, I more say scaling out. I don't like positions that are scaling in. But that's why scaling out is such an important part of trading. Like when you're for any part of trading, swing trading, scalp trading, day trading, I don't care what kind of trading you're into, investing, scaling out is so important because it limits some of the risk. And it also creates that chance of like, all right, but now I can try to get to the next target. Oh, it didn't? All right, well, I'll just take less gains on those contracts, not my base position that I've already taken a large majority of profits on. But yeah. Just don't be wrong. That would help, Ace, honestly. That's the highest probability strat, I would say. Just don't be wrong, ever. It's like what they say to gamers, like, just get good. Just do the impossible, man. Just don't be wrong ever. Oh, I completely missed it. Did you mention it? Mention the trade? No, I just posted the gains in chat. I didn't review any. There's not much to review. It was just a lotto swing. I don't think it's fair for me to sit here and be like, well, I liked it because it was doing this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you there was a reason. It was a lotto. So that's why I didn't really mention it. I just don't see the point in covering trades like that. Like, if it was actually a constructive trade that had, like, sustenance or, like, good reasoning, then, maybe we could talk about it. Now, we can talk about this if you want. If you want to go over, like, a potential trade that could have been taken, we can. Because I actually was thinking about that, too. Because on the 1 minute... So I'm really big on... If you guys have ever watched... And I'll show them before we talk about it. But if you guys have ever watched my playlist on my channel... or any videos I posted in the Discord at all, on the live trade series or the scalp trade series, which you can watch it without or with a trade log. I think one of these are for members. Yeah, that one is, and then this is for non-members. Yeah. So, what was I going to say? Oh, watch these or any of the live trading videos I've ever taken. I'm really big on starting on like the daily or the 5 minute and then going down to the 1 minute to take my trades. Trading on the 5 minute itself is going to be a little bit more of a struggle, but you can definitely do it if you're like using like a 9 EMA or a VWAP maybe. It just something to keep you in, because you don't ever want to use an indicator to get you in or out of a trade, but sometimes having an indicator is good for keeping you in trades, and some of those videos will display that to you. Lately I haven't been doing that at all. I've just been going from either the daily using those levels, or the 5 minute, and then you go down to the 1 minute. So if I like, oh, it might be holding base here. Oh, I like that it went up to this area. Let's see if I get any kind of bearish pattern here. Then I'll take some puts. Then you go to the 1 minute, zoom on down, and then review. So like, we're not going to be looking for a trade. So let's see. So we get a high, right? And you get an inside candle. They make an inside bar right here. So they close here. They reject it with a good star, hammer, inverted hammer, shooter, whatever you want to call it. It's a very strong bearish pattern. You end up getting a continuation, and then they give us a really nasty candle right after that. Out of all these candles, that was like the largest one almost. Another hammer against resistance, again exiting the outside of that inside bar. So we have the inside bar here. So inside of it, they're bearish. Outside of it, they're bearish. They give another rejection, another continuation. So a little bit of a 3-bar play. If anybody knows what that is, good job. It's a single candle retest. It's one of the retest types that we talk about, a 3-bar play. So they give you that move. And then basically from there, they did another kind of midterm retest. I almost bet you money if I go from this level to here with the fib, this is rejecting the golden pocket or halfway point. So let's just test it. Just because I want to back test. Let's go from, and you're really supposed to go to here. But I just wanted to see because it just looks like it did perfectly. Yep. Another hammer, kind of like we see here, kind of like we see here. So notice that too, like pattern recognition. You have a hammer here. Actually, let's not use a trend line. So we have a hammer there, another one there, another one there. And where are these all at? Do you guys notice through this little review? And I didn't even know this till we started looking at it just now, but instantly I see it. As soon as you notice the break of the inside bar, what do we see the retest candle do? It's a hammer. It's a bearish hammer. What do we see retesting the outside of the inside bar that we're looking at? Bearish hammer. What do we have as the kind of push away from this even more so than this? What's the lower high retest showing us? So not only do you have a single candle bearish retest pushing under with that, you also have from the level broken to where buyers actually showed up, rejecting with another bearish hammer, right? No matter how you draw that fib, whether you go to that buyer, which this is probably how you should draw it, but if you were drawing it real time, you would have drawn it like this because this is where the first buyer showed up, and then you would have had it drawn like this, not like the other way. So just so you know that too. That's another thing you need to get good at is reviewing in real time, right? Right now, you probably would be like, oh, I would have drawn it like this because I see there's a buyer candle there. No, you wouldn't have. You would not have drawn that fib like that. You would have had your fib from this low breaking down to that, or even down to here and see that single candle retest. And then you're like, okay, now I'll draw this. Like, you would not have had it drawn like that. But no matter how you draw it on this example, you can see another bearish hammer steps in. Another one steps in here. So they're stepping in at really good spots of the chart. Then they make it down to support. So this was a good potential trade that could have been taken from touching this on the 5 minute and liking that maybe we were at the median of the day, maybe it was time to slow down. Then you could have gone down to the 1 minute and seen this. That would have been a good trade. Now it looks like we're actually potentially seeing a good low made, a good higher low made, and maybe seeing buyers step in. So we'll have to see if we get the opposite of what we just saw here, but to the upside. So you might get some settling here, some reset candles, some slowdown, some consolidation, things that buyers need to look better on the chart visually. Yeah. Oh, almost all of them. By the way, to delete everything quickly, if you see me doing that, like if you draw like, up to 10 things, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you can control Z the last 10 actions, but anything more than that and it'll save it, and then you are stuck with it unless you manually delete it. But I hope you guys enjoyed that review. That was kind of fun to go through. That's something you kind of just need to be doing on your own all the time. You're not really looking for theoretical stuff or things to put in your head or hypothetical. You're really just going through this stuff to practice it. So it's more memorized. So you can have it more in your muscle memory. So whenever you see something pop up, you react to it accordingly, not just like, all right, what do we do here? What do we do here? You want to try to do things as fast as you possibly can, but you want to also try to make the best decision you can based on what you got. So stack your confirmations. What does it tell you?
Oh, let's see. Wait, reject here could be a great midterm retest. Where am I looking? Are you talking about this right here? Could this be? Is this what you're asking? Is this a midterm retest? I'm looking at your picture. I just don't know which exact one you mean. I just did the low to high, not really a breakout level. Low to high. Oh, okay, you drew this. Okay, so you drew this, and you're asking if this is a midterm retest. I guess you could call it that, because, I mean, you're not making anything up. I mean, you're going from the low to the high. I mean, it makes sense. You know, you're not that's really what you got to do when you're drawing your fibs. Just as long as you're not making something up, that's all that matters, because that's what creates a good fib, is going from a good piece of information to another good piece of information. Don't ever make anything up in between. Like, you could draw that fib. That'd be a good informational fib, but you wouldn't draw that real time. Like, if I was at this candle, I don't think I'd be drawing this fib, right? But I can see why now and today, you know, right now, why you would draw that, you know? So I guess it does make sense. I'm more or less thinking out loud to myself than I am answering you. But it's not from a true breakout to be defined as a midterm. Exactly. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. That's a good way of answering that. See, when I think of like midterm retests, like you gotta remember, I'm thinking breakouts. So that did help you saying that, and that's why I was trying to be more open about it. Because like honestly, I don't see a fib I'd really draw here. Because more or less, we're in a drawdown holding support. So more or less, you really are more focused on positioning than you are a fib at the current moment, because there's all kinds of fibs you can draw right now. You could draw this fib, which I think everybody's probably focused on. This is definitely the most important one in my opinion. At this moment, you could even be the person who's drawing this one. You could say we've already done the bearish retest, we just haven't broken a new low. You know, we've had the drawdown, so it makes sense for someone to think, oh well, then we should be going down more, right? Because we've held a perfect fib to the opposite side now. So if anything, we should be more bearish, but since we're at such a strong support, it's just 250-50. Like, there's just no point in taking trades right here. We need to see something so I can draw that fib. Like, if I get a break here, oh my god, I'm going to be in love. We get a break here, and let's say we go all the way down to 509. So let's say we actually go down all the way there. Look where our other level lines up at. So let's say price does tank here. I'm looking for this area. I'm looking for lower highs here. And vice versa. Let's say we end up holding this area of support and using your fib even. Let's just use your fib for example. Let's say we do hold this area. Higher lows are made here. Maybe they do a 90% entry here. They fake it. They hold higher lows here. You know, that's going to look amazing as a visual,
for buyers to show up more and try to maybe work towards the previous day close, not just hitting the median, hitting that overnight gap fib, but actually getting up to that previous day close. By the way, I only drew that fake low because that a lot of the time they do that whenever the low of day is already made. So if this is the low of day for all we know, and they do end up not holding this base where a lot of people are looking to buy, they'll dip it down to here. Therefore, it's still a higher low, and they can fake out the people that are looking to get in early. But, like I said, dangerous area. It's a valid fib for control point on the daily, not a midterm retest fib. Yeah, like you said. Yeah, so you're good breakdown. See, sometimes it's just about thinking out loud to yourself like that too, just kind of breaking it down to see what is what. It helps. Good convo though, good convo. Probably boring some people with it, but it's okay. I need more Acid Nation in my life right now, but since you can't play it and I am on stream, I would just have to in my head. Oh. Wait, Leland says the gap fib extension. I gotta see this on this chart. He says, well, ignore all that. The gap fib extension, so if you go from here to here, right? Oh, he's on SPX. That's why that looks different. I was like, hold up. I gotta do a new one. Nope, I gotta do a new one. No. So he said if you go from here with this fib to the so previous day close to today's open on SPX, he says, oh wait, I gotta add the extensions. That is disgusting, actually. So he said the gap fib extension, low of day, probably luck, right? That's funny. He is right, though. I need to start using that more. I need to be better about that. Save as default. Let's just start running it. It's been proven. It's been back-tested by Leland himself, so I think it's fair enough to say I should be looking at it more. Very interesting how it does the 90% issue there. I gotta back test that on the 1 minute now. So hold up. On the 5 minute at 8:45. Okay. 8:45 to 8:50. That's crazy. It actually only closed one time in that entire 5 minute candle. This would have you think the entire 5 minute candle was under it for a little bit at least, to close like that. It only went under for a minute. And it probably wasn't even the whole minute. It's probably just half of that minute. Maybe a majority of the minute. And then they had a lower open, which is actually kind of incredible, and a higher close. Back over that level, back over multiple candles. And then if you go from, let's just say the retake of this level, because I don't want to grow from here, because that low is going to be different every time you draw this. So if you go from the level, the fib extension, to where they made their first slowdown, which would be here, then that's what we need to be watching as support. We need to be watching this fib. Does that make sense? I went from where they went to, the fib extension that we went down to. If you go from there up to where they made their first impulse move, no matter where it is, I don't care if it's 1 candle or 3 candles or 10 candles, draw that fib. Then see if it holds. And if it does hold, then you have a higher probability chance of that being the higher low that gets bought up. Then the second confirmation you'd like to see is, does it get over any near resistance? Like in this case, you definitely want it over that level. It looks like it did, but then short-lived, which I think anyone here could have guessed that one. Pretty cool, though. That was a nice little review. But ever since that fib here, though, let's look at it more from the 1 minute. So we got a fib here, and then you have your higher low, higher low, higher low, even sharper higher low. Continuation. They don't quite make it anywhere, but I almost bet you that's a halfway point. They end up rejecting 51.67. They back down. So invalidating right there. So all of that pretty much lost. Damn. What a crazy day. The price action's clean. I don't care what anyone says. Price action is clean today. Even if it's not super exciting. Very, very clean today. Yeah, my bad, Then I realized too late. I won't lie, I don't read YouTube chat while I'm trying to talk because I know that if I read something, it'll make me brain fart more. But in your screenshot, I realized it too late. I was like, oh. Yeah, I gotta remember that better. Like, even though SPX and SPY are pretty much moving exactly the same, they don't open and close the same, though, in terms of, like, the beginning and end of day. I've noticed that a lot more when I've been reviewing them together. Their opens are especially different. Like where you think SPX is going to go down to because of what you're seeing on SPY, and then you see it open, you're like, oh wow, it's not close to that. It's even lower. Or sometimes you'll be like, oh, it's higher. It's because we're tracking the volatility, not the actual SPY chart. But that makes sense though. I mean, the opening candle and the closing candle are almost always some of the most volatile candles of the day. So that makes sense that the SPX chart does that. But I didn't think about that for the longest time because I don't think I've ever backtested it like that. And I also don't really care about the first candle or the last candle. But the more I've traded it, the more I've realized it is different. I've also realized it's a lot more profitable to swing SPY and not SPX. And scalping and day trading SPY is just as effective as trading SPX. You just don't get the same amount of movement in the contracts. But you still get great movement. You can still get great profits. So anybody who feels like they're missing out on SPX, you're not missing out. Focus on SPY. Especially smaller accounts. You guys really should not be getting addicted to touching SPX yet. I know a lot of the big boys post in there, but all the big boys trade SPY too, so there's no reason to have any discrepancy there. SPX is pretty awesome, but you can get the same effective trading out of SPY. Also, IWM. I feel like a lot of people sleep on IWM. I try my best to promote this more because I myself am a victim of this, but I always, think we should be looking at this more. I really think we should. I've been trying to include it more in my posts now. I included it in my levels this week for the weekly watch list thing. I'm going to try to make that levels watch list like that every week from now on where it's just simple, straight to the point. But it's just, it moves so well, and the contracts actually move really well. They're not super expensive. I mean, right now they are because of, implied volatility through the roof. But I love the movement of this chart. You guys got to look at IWM more. And almost all the time when SPY is boring and everyone's hating on SPY's movement, IWM is doing numbers. So definitely include IWM if you guys are already not looking at that. NVIDIA. I want to try to day trade Meta more, but I honestly hate the price action now on the smaller time frames. Bigger time frames is still beautiful. NVIDIA is great all around. I don't really like trading the Googs unless it's for swinging. I don't really like I like swinging that. Day trading and swinging. Only swinging. Only swinging. Only swing. 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 Day trade and swing on AMD. AMD is a good one. Could probably start to day trade Delta Airlines, honestly. Delta Airlines actually does move pretty good. Damn, they did do the rejection all in one day. I was kind of hoping they would hold one like this, where it's like a small body and not go low. But now if they finish higher, it's going to have an awkward wick here. That would be a good chart to look for more selling, though, until we see more pushing over 48s, 49s, 50s, because that's a good $3 range where price really does need to get over for this to go up more. Not just because it's a breakout, because it's held a retest now, and if it doesn't, it's just going to prove that sellers are going to try to take over. We'll see, though. I could be wrong. All right, I'm back on SPY. Oh, a lot of talking, but thanks, guys, for being here. Be sure to drop a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying it. I really don't know when I should get off this. I'm kind of enjoying myself. We've been going over all kinds of cool topics. I still feel pretty energetic. A lot of you guys are still in here chilling, so if you guys are looking at anything in particular, or you want me to go chart something that you're looking at, let me know. Or if there's any other tickers that we need to put on this watch list, please do not hold your tongue. For real, Carter, it is. And you've been killing it, man. People like you are the reason I got it back on my watch list, though. Like, you and someone else started posting it, and I was like, man, I gotta start looking at that again. Like, way back in the day, that was the same reason everyone liked it. And it's the same reason everyone likes it again today. It's because it's not as popular. You know, it's just not. But it moves so damn well. Oh, did Sinful show you that, Leland? NVIDIA? Yeah, like TSLY, CONY for Coinbase, JPY for JP. I mean, almost every stock has one now. APLY for Apple, or APLE. I can't remember that one. There's all kinds, though. A lot of them. We just call them the E's because they almost always are the ticker, and then Y at the end. So it's always like Tesla, Tesla, NVIDIA, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure it pays out dividends, does it not? You're talking about NVIDIA. I'm pretty sure that pays out dividends, but yep, he just said it. Monthly dividend, yep. They're all like that. The ones that have like the Y's on the end, those all have monthly dividends, but they're more at risk because what you're trading is a strategy. So what they're doing is they're getting like spreads basically, and what you're seeing is the profits or losses of those spreads. So every month payment is different. Like sometimes it'll be really low, sometimes it'll be really high, sometimes it'll just be average. That's pretty cool though. I mean, I didn't know about NVIDIA, but as soon as you typed it, I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's what that is. They are covered calls? Okay, yeah. I knew it was a spread of some extent. I just didn't read into it too much. Like SPY. No, not like SPY. Not that one, not SPY. SPY's safe. We're good on SPY. Defiant. Okay, there you go. He's safe. Okay, thank you. We have some educated people in here. No, not QQQ. Leave those alone. Those are safe. We're leaving those safe. Oh, you have them in a div portfolio? Yeah. I've dipped into Coney and Tesla. Not really a fan of them because of what those are, but some of them I could see working out over time. I like the idea of them, I guess, but I don't know. I'm half and half on it, really. I don't really hate it or love it. Oh, yeah. He's saying the NVIDIA dividend is way higher. Yeah, look at Coney's. Compare it to Coney's, CONY. You also got to do it by price, too, because some of them will be more, but it's like, yeah, but you're paying more per share. But that is pretty crazy. But yeah, TSLY sucks. I'll tell you right now, Tesla sucks. Do not touch Tesla. Sucks. Do not touch that one. Coney, Coinbase. Coney did better than Tesla and does better. That one instantly made me already hate Tesla. And Leland, you should randomly ask Sinful too, but we both have dabbled in them, and they're not that awesome. It's painful. We saw them when they first came out because we saw people who had like hundreds of thousands of dollars dump their money into like Coney or Tesla. But it's funny because the price kept going down and the payments weren't really that great. And yeah, these guys were making technically free money on their money, but at the same time they were paying for it because their general shares were just down so much. So they might be in the hole for like 2-3 years for all we know before it pays out enough, you know. Which, I mean, it's a cool idea though. I kind of like the idea of what they're going for, and if people read into it enough, they know what they're getting into. But yeah, there's a whole website of like, there's like 20 plus of them, and I bet they've released even more since then. Pretty cool idea though. Pretty cool. It's definitely a lot cooler than like a SPAC. Yeah, exactly. You're paying for cash flow, not capital appreciation. Exactly. But in some cases, you could get both, which is wild to think about. That's even a potential possibility if you get lucky. Because yeah, you do need the price to hold to some extent to not be as in pain. But if you end up putting so much in there, it does end up paying out. Because I've seen a lot of people put hundreds of thousands of dollars into some of these. And yeah, their general shares are probably down like pretty badly on some of them, but as long as they hold, they get that payment. I haven't looked at those in a minute though, so I'm not as aware as I was, but it's about the extent of my knowledge on them. That's pretty cool though, NVIDIA. I didn't even really know about that one, or maybe I did know it and I just didn't ever look at it. But that's pretty cool. Oh, okay. So do you guys want to go over my trade I took the other day? This is one. This is the one that I recorded the video of, right? But hold up, I gotta find it. What was I saying? Oh, so this is the one I recorded for and I posted it yesterday, and then I went back and reviewed my own video and I realized it didn't have my audio, so I had to delete it. But we could go over a trade review if you guys want, and then I could actually have it for a video later. Oops, not on this account, it's on the other account. Okay, hold up. Okay. Man, it sucks too, because I worked so hard on that video. I was so proud of myself. Oh, my neck. Alright, so the 8th. It's kind of hard seeing. Okay, that's right. It's the one that had the weird open, because I had a problem that day seeing that day's open, because it was so in line with the previous day. It almost felt like Friday and Monday like fused together, because we closed here and then we opened like basically at the same level. So whenever I was looking at this with extended hours off, I remember it was very hard for me to look at this. I remember that very well. Alright, so first I like to go to the chart and I like to add my entries, and then I can focus on, oops. $10.30 to $11.22. Come on, oval tool. Why isn't it working? Oh my god. Sometimes you gotta like click on a different tool. Oh, now it works. Cool. Sometimes if you get stuck, like if you click oval and your oval doesn't show up, Sometimes you have to go to a different tool and then back to it, and it like re-clicks, and then you can click it again. Sometimes it just sticks. I don't know what causes that, but it does. Alright, so entry. 11:22. 21, 22. That's right, because I sold the candle before the low of day. That was luck. Let's back this out. So, my whole video was literally covering this day's price action, but what I like to do is I draw the small stuff first, like the entry and exit, and then I like to really just show everybody like the levels you should have drawn. So we start from the daily, your emerging candles, so you should have that level, 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 and you should probably have the all-time high. So let's add that, let's edit it, make it yellow, so we know it's not a normal level that we would grab, but we want to know that it's there, right? And that's really all you should have in that aspect. And then on the 5-day, 5-minute, gotta have the previous day levels. So this is this day, this is this day. So we gotta grab, well, we probably had this still. The 4-day demand, which we have that on our chart now. And then what was this day's high? That would be right here, right? Yeah. So we would have had this down to this candle. Nope. Delete that. I would have had it from this level to that candle's open, because that's where they drew down from. So let's just add that. And that would have been our previous day supply. And I'm sure we would have had the supply from this day still, but we don't need to go add that to talk about what we're going to talk about. So this is the at the time. Remember, when you're doing these reviews, you got to remember to say at the time, because if you don't, you're gonna confuse the shit out of yourself going through your own reviews. So at the time, this was the previous day high supply. Just so when you leave this up here and then you're looking back at it, you're not like, oh, what the heck? So the reason I went over this video and I want to cover it with you guys because I didn't record the audio is because this video covers some awesome topics. So you guys know to be bearish against supply, but we were above today's open in this instance when we traded this, right? But the reasoning was amazing, because you don't want to just grab the first. See, if we took this strat of like just grab the first red candle that hit supply, you would have been down for a while before you got any kind of freedom away from your position being down that much. And even then, you really wouldn't have made that much due to how much you decayed here. So that wouldn't have been that great. But what I liked about it is that it went up. Whoops, gotta add a couple days to the 1 minute. Hold up. Is that it went up into the previous day high supply, an area we know to be bearish in, and then it decided to make lower highs. So we allowed it to initiate lower highs, not just entering the first red candle we see, right? So seeing that it's kind of stuck here against this high, we see that on the 5-minute and the 1 minute, and then they decide to create lower highs and lower lows. So you see how we're going up here, and it's really good to start from your open and then work yourself up. So you can see we had higher lows, we had a sharp breakout that got back above that day's open. They made it back up to the supply. Nothing really super bearish yet, just a little bit of initial hitting. And then you see about right here. Let me just put it right here. About right here. This is where structure is starting to be made, right? Price goes up. They don't make a new high. They end up holding. They don't make a new high. They're still holding higher lows too. Higher lows are still in effect. They've not made any kind of breakdown yet, right? Then they break the higher low trend, finally. This is the first time they've done that. And at the same time, if I extend this to the right, you'll see they actually broke structure. So now we have initiated sellers. We have initiated, okay, sellers can potentially pop up now. The only thing that buyers could do here would be to retake this low, get back over these highs. That would then reinitiate us to be bullish again, because now we have a reaction that's actually holding the correct trend, right? But what do we get? We get a lower high, we get another lower high, and we get continuation under that structure. So even though we were still above today's open, you could really see where the bears were starting to step in before the move down started even happening. And it wasn't even that large of a move, but it was just a nice calculated move to the downside that just ended up holding that day's low. You can see if you go over here, just go from the wick to the meat on the 1 minute, you can actually see we just basically went to go test today's low. That was it. But why I like this, and you don't have to draw all these lines, you don't have to draw all these ovals and stuff. I'm just showing you this so it's easier for you to see. But you guys really should, in your head, be drawing these higher lows, these lower highs, just kind of following structure, step by step, just from open down to here, from up here to up here, and then all the way to the close, just like a book, left to right. You don't want to go, read this backwards, then you're going to read it wrong. But that was the whole reasoning for the trade. And then, of course, exiting was as we approached that day's low. I wanted to take profits here, But I wanted to give it a chance of actually touching the low of this or maybe breaking through. And then once we got here, I was like, you know what? That's kind of greedy of me to say. I might just get out. And then, of course, the only candle after that did end up breaking it and then reversed. So just a good target overall. But that was the whole video that I had covered. There was a lot more stuff I talked about, of course, that I'm just not remembering as well. But that was the trade, though. That was the video that you'll never get to see. Because there was no audio. Let's go back to today's price action. Just check out SPY for a bit. But why I also another reason I wanted to talk about that too is because it's kind of going against the grain of how I normally teach things. Yes, we were above that day's open, so you should be more bullish than bearish. But we had other confirmations stacking up against us telling us otherwise, so that's why we had to think to that downside. We had to even just prepare it for that. Like right now, this is like the opposite of what I was just talking about. Like right now, we're in demand. Yes, we were under today's open, but should you really be looking for bearish plays yet? No, because we haven't reinitiated sellers again. We have the buyers showing themselves. We have sellers just kind of coming back down and holding where we were before, but we don't have anything reinitiating sellers. You had a little bit of risk reward here. I won't argue that at all, but not much down here, just because we haven't initiated that break yet. If that makes sense. It looks like Julian's taking some cheap lottos on longs. VC stopped out. Okay, good cut, good cut. Scott said, yo, 101% gain. What? Scott. Round of applause, man. And good cut, VC, not sitting there lying to yourself. Good job being mature about that. I know that's not easy to hear because you just took a loss, but it's good to know that you're mature, you're grown up enough to tell yourself, you know what, I lost, I cut that. And instead of just sitting there and lying to yourself and be like, oh, it could go back down, I could go back down, I could do this, you don't want to ever sell yourself on a position. The position's confirmation should push you in, right? And that's really what you guys need to be doing is labeling out what got you into that trade. And does that stack up more against what do bulls want out of this? You know, vice versa. But let's see. Are they going to reject this and pull us back down under today's open? Or are we actually building some base here for once? Today, that is. We've already been here before, of course. But today, we'll see if they hold. Oh, that was my Gatorade. I was like, what did I just drop? That scared me. That's pretty cool. Eric showed him and his son on the trade floor. All right. What are you guys saying in here? Good job, Kem, staying on top of the BA chart. You did a lot better job than I did. Looking at my own setup. I appreciate that. It helps me because I'm looking at a lot. I'm thinking about a lot of people, answering a lot of people. I'm looking at a lot of things, thinking about a lot of things. So that helps me a lot, and I appreciate that. I also want to start promoting that kind of thinking more. How we did it today, where it's like, well, we know SPY has news, we know SPY can move, but let's also add some other things on the watch list. You know, lately, last like few months, I think I've really only been focused on the S&P and just doing all that stuff. But I want to reopen the watch list back up to really analyzing everything again, because I don't even remember the last time I went over sectors with you guys. And we really need to be going over that almost daily. That needs to be an almost daily thing. Just so you really know what's pushing and pulling SPY. Because, like, I myself might go look at it and then, like, not think about telling you guys. But, like, it's so smart to just stay in tune with what's actually pushing and pulling SPY. Like, yeah, most sectors fell today. So, of course, you can't really talk about today as an example. But on days where there isn't, like, a market-wide catalyst, you know, where everything's moving the exact same way or most things are moving the exact same way, it's nice to know, like, okay, SPY's up 2.5% today. What's causing this massive move? And then you go look, and it's like, oh, tech is up. Oh, comms are up. Discretionary's up. These are all killing it. They're all up so many percent. But we have healthcare weakening, you know, and that's one of the largest sectors. But you wouldn't think that it could be down just because everything else is doing so well. But if you're only tunnel visioned on those, you wouldn't even think about it. So it's just good to know what pushes and pulls SPY each and every day. Even if you're just thinking about it as like a big pie chart in your head, it's very smart. It's also just cool to understand how SPY actually moves, because a lot of people think it's just magical fairies and stuff, and there's just one big whale who moves it, and all of us are just under its big tail, and it's going to hit us every time it buys and sells. Like, no. That's not how that works. A lot more complex than that. And thank you guys. We have almost 50 likes on today's stream. That is crazy. Almost 200 people ended up tuning in today. Pretty cool. Is SPY about to go for a new low of day? We have multiple lower highs, but we are under today's open again. Really, the only thing keeping us here is the 4-day-ago low and today's low. This little area between the 60s and 80s. I said that wasn't my Tesla. I told y'all that wasn't my Tesla. I know you're just joking. Nope. Did y'all watch that clip? That clip was actually really good. The clip that I put above that, of course, I'm not talking about the Tesla. I'm talking about the clip. It was pretty clean, though. Nope, it's just another trader. I'm not cool enough to have a Tesla. See if we get this new low of day, though. We are so close. What do y'all think? And just out of intuition, of course, I'm not saying put all your money on this decision, but do y'all think we're going to get a new low of day? Or do you think we somehow miraculously hold here? I think we're going to get a mix of both. I think we're going to get a fake low and then a hold. Or maybe they do just send it down. Who knows? The entire floor was looking for a slimmer of the old Josh mug. That's why I typed that too, because I was like, wait, all these people are going to try to see if this is me in this. I need to tell them it's not, because it's not me. New low of day. You don't think it's going to hold? Keith. What's up, Keith? He says, I think it will hold. All right. And yeah, these are all just fun opinions. We're not sitting here investing on these opinions we're throwing at each other. We're just seeing what's up. Majority of us are already done trading for the day, so it's just fun to kind of look at this stuff. Plus, it's getting into lunchtime. It's not really an attractive time to trade. But, at the other hand of it, if you want to think psychology, this would also be a perfect time to make a new low of day when people aren't looking. That's why I try not to favor too much into that lunch news stuff. Because it's like, yeah, it is historically lower volume and not as exciting during lunch. But that doesn't mean every day. Every single time lunch hits, we're not going to do anything. There's plenty of days where lunch comes around and we're moving the most.
Damn. X recorded a 43.4 million increase in unique visitors in March as compared to the previous month with a total of 1.6 billion unique visitors. That means they're pulling in damn near, what, 1.7, 1.8? Damn, that is so many people. They're pushing just under 2 billion people on this app. That's crazy. It's just funny to see that stuff because everybody was like, oh, this is going to fail. And at first, Twitter turning into X did lose people at first. So it's kind of crazy to see it just not go back up, but also go to numbers it's never seen before. Are you a Texans fan? Hell yeah, I'm a Texans fan. Stroud boys, man. Till the day I die. We got the craziest looking team coming into the new season. The craziest team. I mean, I'm delusionally saying we're going to the Super Bowl because of this team. Texans Super Bowl, man, I would literally cry. I would literally cry if the Texans got to the Super Bowl. I don't even care about if they won it. Just getting there would be crazy. And honestly, if an AFC team gets to the Super Bowl again, that's probably who's keeping the chip, let's be honest. So if we did get there, there's pretty good chances we win. But yeah, I know Chip staying in the AFC. Ravens, Chiefs, Tech. There's too many damn good teams on this side. What does the NFC have? Christian McCaffrey? It's 11:20. I'm allowed to talk about football now, right? No, guys, don't get me wrong. I am a little hopeful in saying Texans Super Bowl, but I'm a real fan, man. Me and my friends, we've been fans in the trenches, man. We've been in the gutters with this team. We're allowed to be this delusional. Yeah, I mean, if you're an AFC fan, I have some respect for you. So, there's that. Gotta be an AFC fan. These NFC nerds, man, I just don't get them. There's only a couple NFC players I even like. Man, football. Regardless, though, football next year is going to be so much fun, man. It's going to be so competitive. I am so ready for next season. What are there any football fans in here? And if you guys are, what team are you a fan of? It's okay to say you're a fan of an NFC team after what I just said. I swear I won't attack. Unless you're adamant, then I will have to give an opposite and equal reaction. The 49ers? Okay. That's like the only NFC team I really think ever has a chance, and it's mainly because you'll have an amazing staff, but too you'll have Christian McCaffrey. Also, y'all's quarterback kind of slept on a little. Like, no, he's not the greatest, but I mean, damn, he's consistent. Can't say that about many. He did get a lot more hate than I thought he deserved. Eagles all day? Oh, okay. Well, scared for you. Giants all day. Okay. Yeah, man, rep your teams, man. Rep your teams. Even as a Texans fan, I'm going to tell you right now, you got to rep your team no matter how bad they get, no matter how much hate they get. Stay on your team, man. Ride it. Giants all day. Ride it proud, man. Ride the trend down proud. Check that spy candle. Oh, I'm staring, man. I'm staring at Spy. I'm just doing anything I can to talk about anything else. I am watching it, though. Good eye. That's a good inside bar in the 5-minute. That's why Julian is saying check that Spy candle. We also have a nice, what could be seen as a hammer following it with a positive print. If we can get a good higher close of the next candle or two, it'd be a really good sign by buyers in this support. I don't have a team, but for my dad, I would like to see the Vikings do well. Damn, okay.
Yeah, I mean, their best years are probably behind them for a little while. But, yeah, I mean, I like the Vikings. I like the colors and stuff, I guess. Now, I was always a fan of the Vikings when I was young. Like, just as like a side thing, just because of Brett Favre. It was cool that he went from the Packers, then retired, and then he was like, you know what? I feel like coming back because I'm just insane. And then he came back and played with Adrian Peterson. That was pretty cool. I don't care who you are. That was pretty cool. And then Tom Brady's like, I'm gonna do the same thing except I'm gonna go to the Super Bowl again. Yeah, they need a quarterback bad. I am glad to see y'all making moves to like actually rebuild though. I didn't really like the whole Kirk Cousins build thing. That was kind of meh. He ain't bad, but he ain't good. He's not great, I should say. He's not great. But not a horrible team. There's so many rebuild teams too that like a lot of us have gotten used to being like a dominant team in the last few years. Like we got to start getting into the mindset of like there are actually bad teams that are just average now, from when we all were watching football, and then back in the day like all the dominant teams like some of those teams aren't really relevant anymore. And there's teams that were really bad that are relevant now. Like, can you believe we're actually talking about like any potential chance for the Dolphins or Jets last year? That's crazy. I remember, I mean, it's not crazy. I'm not saying, like, it's crazy they got to that point. It's just, it's crazy, like, from way back then when we used to just all say, like, these teams suck. These teams will never be good again. And then here we are talking about them having a chance at actually doing damage. Maybe not going to the Super Bowl, but they'll do some damage. So it's just kind of cool. Ooh, nice, Carter. Yeah, I run one for the Discord. It's just there's already 10 people in it, and I don't really want to do a 12-man. But, bro, please, yeah, please do that, because I will definitely join whatever fantasy league you do. Paid or not, I don't care. I'll join it. I got third in mine last year, which is crazy, because in the final week, when it was just the final two people playing, I think it was my team had like the most points, which was messed up, because it's not like I had a chance. But, yeah. Really fun. Fantasy football is a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely invite me. Oh, you do pick'ems. Okay, yeah. I would love to do pick'ems. That would be fun. Pick'ems are pretty addicting. I don't like organizing them, but they're definitely fun to do. I watch a few NFL games, but follow my fantasy football team the most. Bro, facts. That's a true NFL fan right there. That's a true NFL fan right there. Someone who supports their fantasy team more than an actual team. That's a true NFL fan. When you're up at Sunday morning or Saturday night looking at IR reports. That's true. That's true, Carter. I like that. Like you said, not get too deep into it for people who might not, No, I like that. That would be a lot of fun, Carter. I hope you do that seriously, because I would tell a lot of my football friends to pay attention. I'd be like, yo, make sure you see this guy when he posts, just to compete to see how everybody does, and it'd be fun. Just be fun to, because there's so many upsets that happen too. Like there's so many weeks where like you'll hit like let's say there's 12 games happening, you go like 11-1, and then you go back the next week and you're like 3-8. You're like, what the heck happened here? How was I so off? One week you're hot, one week you're not. There's so many crazy games that happen. But no, that would be so much fun. That would be a lot of fun. That 172.50 got kind of close, didn't it? Oh, that's new low day. Never mind. It's just now happening. What a nasty candle that is, man. That was crazy watching this candle, and then right as the morning. Watching that live is always crazy. That's why I don't do it too often. It makes you feel like you're missing everything, and it puts you in like a shitty mindset, kind of. We started NFL fantasy football with $10, then $50, then $60, and now $100. Inflation sucks. Honestly, my league's been like that too. We go up not every year, but every couple years we go up in price, just because it's nice to put the stakes higher. But I don't know about y'all's payouts, but I always, in my fantasy league, I always do first, second, third, and then the first of each division. So, like, potentially 5 people could be getting paid out. Not a lot, but enough to cover at least what they put in, and then 2 or 3 of them will get some profits. And imagine being the guy who wins and your first of your division. Then you could really flex on somebody. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Same 12 people league since last 16 years. Dude, that is crazy cool. See, that's a good one to get into. Where it's just the same people, because then you can learn about how certain people like to play. If you switch out people every year, it's kind of hard to remember. We do first, second, and third, and high score every week. Oh, that is pretty cool too. Maybe I should do that. Ooh, yeah, I definitely have to do that this year. I just thought about how I could make that work. First, second, and the winner of the loser bracket. Oh, I've never heard of that one before. I've never heard of anybody doing the gifting for the loser, but that makes sense. No. Because it is like a bracket in itself. Dynasty or red drop? Normally just the normal. I haven't done a dynasty before. I've always thought about it because it does sound very interesting, like having a keeper league. Or doing like the same people every year. That would be pretty cool. But no, I've never done one. High score got $10 every week till week 12. Ah. Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking way more money, but $10 actually sounds feasible. Because, yeah, at the end of it, it's only $120, and then you still have enough to pay out the rest. Oh, dude, that is so smart. I should do that next year. Therefore, it feels like you're actually, like, striving for something each week. Ooh, that would make it more competitive. I'm definitely taking that idea. Dynasty is hella fun. I think of them like stocks. Yeah, please go up. Please do good. Please score 8 touchdowns this week. That's funny. Alright, we're just kind of still watching Spy Base here. Nothing really that exciting from either side right here. I mean, the longer we base, you really can't sit here and say it's good for sellers or buyers. I mean, this is a support, as we've seen so far. From 4 days ago all the way to now. Damn, the stream's been going for 4 hours? I think that's helped me, man. Not streaming on, like, certain days has helped me a lot. Because I swear, I'd be in here, like, every day streaming, and I would be, like, counting down the minutes to where it would be, like, 3.5 hours. I'm like, alright, I can get off now. Now I'm, like, getting to 4 hours, and I didn't even realize it. Yeah, not streaming every day was the move. All right, guys. I think I am going to end the stream here, though. Now that we have crossed 4 hours, I didn't even realize it was 11:30. But honestly, guys, really good talk today. Seriously, we had a lot of good breakdowns and just conversations about different things and all kinds of topics. Not just talking about just straight up trading stuff. But thank you guys again, and thank you guys for dropping likes on the stream and sharing it around to your friends and all the traders that we know around and just all that good stuff. Thank you for everything, seriously. And I hope to see you guys in the Discord. A lot of really cool people in the Discord hanging around. But I'll see you guys around, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.